Call in, guys. Talk to me nice.
Welcome back to Sports Tea. Welcome back to Sports Tea.
Talk to me nice. Nice. Call in, guys. Talk to me nice. Call in, guys. Talk to me nice. Talk to me nice.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Sports Tea. Happy Sunday. I hope that everyone's having a wonderful, wonderful day so far. I know I haven't had a live in a few days and I'm so glad to be back. Work has been crazy and I'm just, really happy to come and wind down with you guys. We have a jam-packed show today. Oh my gosh, I have so much content. There were so many things going on this week and I thought to myself, how am I going to pick what to do today to go over with you guys? And I thought to myself, you know what? Let's just have a big show. Let's just throw in a lot of content. Let's react together and have a really good time. So happy Sunday, everyone. As you load into the room, do me a favor, like the video, subscribe to the channel, and most importantly, share the video. If you like Sports Tea, share this out with your friends and family. Share it on your social media. Let's grow the community to be really, really big. Guys, I want to take a moment to thank everyone because we are approaching the 1-year anniversary of Sports Tea. And I am just so excited about the growth and all of the fun that we've had this year. So yeah, I just want to thank you guys for being here. Like I said, as you load into the room, smash the like button. The first topic we're going to get into, it is LeBron James. We just can't get away from this guy. It doesn't matter what is going on. He is going to dominate the news cycle. That's just really what it is, right? And so a couple days ago, I got wind of Colin Cowherd. He absolutely torched LeBron James. To me, he effectively ended the GOAT debate. This is a guy, Colin Cowherd, who has supported LeBron, especially supported his GOAT case. He supported him coming out and saying, hey, I'm the greatest. He's given so much to back that up, that LeBron is the greatest thing that we've ever seen. He must be the GOAT. And he was for years alongside Nick Wright and other folks at FS1 saying this nonsense. And so it seems like even he is just had enough. Colin Cowherd, in my opinion, he's had enough. And he's turning on LeBron James. And some people are of the mindset that, he's a flip-flopper. And that could very well be true, that he could be a flip-flopper, right? I think that he could be. And I'm sure we've seen him flip-flop a multitude of times. However, I think that in this case, he's just flat out tired of LeBron James. He's tired of him. He's seen enough. He's had enough. The stories are just overwhelmingly self-serving. And I think that even the folks in the media who have either been paid or had some sort of quid pro quo to support him, to push out narratives, they have said, you know what? I'm tired of this. And so here's Colin Cowherd absolutely cooking him. We are going to play this. We're going to react together. And, I want to know what you guys think. Why is Colin Cowherd turning on LeBron? It's just hard to say. I don't really have an answer for it right away, straight away. But my gut tells me that he's just seen enough. He's had enough of LeBron James and his narcissist behavior, his antics, the circus, the spectacle even. So let's take a listen to what he had to say, and then we'll react together.
Interesting story. The Athletic kind of broke an interesting story, John Hollinger, where there were whispers in league circles that LeBron James, and we talked about it on this show, was looking at Dallas as a landing spot. We've talked about this. Great front line. Here comes Cooper Flagg, better coach. And, let's be honest, if he went to Dallas, he would be the centerpiece. Even though he's older, LeBron in Dallas, every time he goes to a new team for 2 years, it's like, wow. Whereas in LA, it's like Luka's team and everybody knows it, new owners. It kind of feels like, nothing against LeBron, but he's not the future. But this is interesting. This is really interesting. So the Athletic does report. We've been saying this now. I have been saying this for 3 to 4 weeks. Dallas is a better place to go. I mean, I get Cooper Flagg or Austin Reeves. I get AD or DeAndre Ayton. But LeBron wasn't willing, and this is what killed it, according to John Hollinger, he wasn't willing to leave $52 million on the table for a mid-level exemption. So don't think about that. LeBron's a billionaire. He's a billionaire. And my take is with LeBron, Rich Paul told us it was all about winning. It's not anymore. I think Michael Jordan's still in his head. He knows in the basketball community with basketball fans, he's never going to catch MJ. MJ is 6 for 6. MJ is more memorable. MJ's got the logo, the brand, and sells more shoes. He's more romanticized. Michael Jordan, there are a dozen plays to this day that you close your eyes and think about, and you can see Michael Jordan. Do it, unless you're driving. With LeBron, there's one. That chase down block against the Warriors. That's it. And so I think at LeBron at this point, he's never going to catch him. He's never going to catch him in net worth. MJ's net worth is $3.5 billion. LeBron, even with the massive money he's paid, is $1 billion. That's why he wants to own a basketball team. I think he's chasing Michael. And here's the difference. Michael Jordan makes you feel something, and LeBron doesn't. MJ, and I mean, high-level salespeople will tell you, you want to trigger emotion in advertisers and consumers. You want to make people feel something about a product. Michael has that. You wear his shoes, you feel cool. You like being on that side of the argument. So Michael's richer, more memorable, bigger brand, and he makes you feel something. And LeBron doesn't. LeBron has kind of bounced around to the best basketball opportunity every chance he gets. He's been the great basketball opportunist. And I've never criticized him for that. I understand it. His first stop, he got drafted to Cleveland. 7 years in, they couldn't get him another all-star. I was on the bandwagon, get to Miami. But my take is you probably should have stayed in Miami. In fact, I'd argue the only time LeBron has ever made us feel something was when he went back to his hometown. When he went back to Akron and he won in Cleveland. Remember that letter, I'm going back home, made you feel something. Then he won in Cleveland, made you feel something. But he's sort of been the great basketball opportunist. And he's got more points and more assists, and he's been to more finals, but he's never made us feel anything. I said this the other day. Tiger Woods made you feel something. Scottie Scheffler's just great. That's the difference. Arnold Palmer was more beloved than Jack Nicklaus. People loved Arnie. Why? It made you feel a certain way. Works in politics, works in sports. Michael Jordan still sells more shoes than LeBron. Just to give you the influence of Michael Jordan, he got Derek Jeter in his prime to wear his logo. Football jerseys all over this country. The Jordan logo. And I look at this, LeBron not taking, for one time in his career, giving up money, mid-level exception, to play with Cooper Flagg, Anthony Davis, Kyrie Irving, Derek Lively, better coach. No, I'm not going to do it. In 2016, LeBron said it, quote, my motivation is the ghost I'm chasing. He played in Chicago. Even with this, I think Michael's still in his head. I want to go back to the story that we started the show where LeBron James was not willing to take a mid-level exception, but
Guys, you heard it. You heard it right there. I mean, Colin Cowherd he sounds disappointed that LeBron James won't just up and leave at yet another team and throw on a fifth jersey, which is laughable, right? I mean, we beat up LeBron James for jumping around team to team. And then we are just like, hey, why don't you just do it again? One last stop. Go on over to Dallas. But I guess you won't do that because you won't take less money when you're not the same talent that you were, when you can't win a title, when you're not the number 1, 2, probably your 3 option at this point. LeBron James probably should be coming off the bench. I mean, let's just be for real. I think that if he came off the bench, that any team could be a little bit more successful with him on it. I mean, he is LeBron James. But yeah, it's not even close. So yes, Michael Jordan has the 6 rings. It's not just the 6 rings. It's the brand deals. It's the influence. It's the culture that Michael Jordan was able to drive and continues to drive, even though he's not in the league, barely even speaks. I wanted you guys to hear that. I thought that was a really, really good soundbite from Colin Cowherd. And Michael Jordan does make us feel things. He makes us feel like winning is important. He made us feel like whatever it takes to win, those are the kind of stories that you want to run back. And And it's not just about winning, it's about working hard. It's about the grind, it's about the journey. It's about the adversity that you face and everything that it takes to get there. And so, I do think that Michael Jordan he is way more romanticized than LeBron James. And it's primarily because he didn't make excuses the way that LeBron James does. And yes, I'll admit it right here that Michael Jordan cried about the bad boy Pistons. And I mean, deservedly so. They were ripping him out of the air. His crying and LeBron James crying, it wasn't set up the same. But he did take those hits like a man, and he did turn around and work on his game, and he did get bigger, stronger, faster, where he was able to take down those bad boy Pistons. So LeBron James will never compare to Michael Jordan. I mean, we could go into the resume all we want. I mean, 10 scoring titles is in fact better than one scoring title. I know that LeBron James fans want to convince us that, one is somehow better than 10. They also want to convince us that 4 is better than 6. I'm not convinced. Are you guys? But there's been tons of news out there about LeBron James and a potential retirement. And this news dropped this week as well. There's just been so much speculation about LeBron retiring, and there's been so much speculation for the past couple of years. LeBron has been toying, flirting with, teasing us with retirement for several years. And for me, it's been a little bit exhausting because I've wanted him to retire since probably about 2016. Whenever he stopped playing defense after the Cleveland title, I felt like that was a high note for him to retire on, right off into the sunset, feeling like he was the best, feeling like he'd done something so amazing. But of course, I mean, LeBron James, he won't just go away. He wants to continue to put stories out there that 4 teams are interested in him, that they've called the Lakers asking about his availability. There's a growing story about him going to the Mavericks. But should LeBron James just take notes from Kobe Bryant and his farewell tour? Kobe Bryant had one of the most legendary retirement tours that we've seen in the league. It was storied. It was beautiful. He wasn't the same player in his last year of play as he was obviously in his prime. He was very injured his last, maybe I think it was 5 or 6 seasons or so. But there's a really, really great article here in the, what is it? It's the LA Times, actually. And I don't know if I'm saying his name right. Bill Plaschke, I believe, is how you would say it. He wrote basically this beautiful article about Kobe Bryant and saying that LeBron James should probably take a page out of Kobe Bryant's book, that he should probably, really look into doing things the way that Kobe Bryant did on his way out. And I mean, I got to tell you guys, I don't think for a second that LeBron James would consider doing things the way Kobe did. I think he's going to do them way more on a grander scale. I think that it's going to be a total spectacle. But I want to get into this article here with you guys so that you guys can see. One moment. So it's titled, Kobe Bryant has one more lesson for LeBron James, and that's how to retire. And so let's see, let me blow this up for you guys so you can see it better. Okay. So the news seemed routine. The ramifications could be resounding. Late last month, LeBron James exercised his $52.6 million player option, with the Lakers for next season. It was an expected transaction that at first weary glance appeared to be no big deal. Of course, he would take the guaranteed money more than anyone else in the league besides Brooklyn could give him. Of course, he would stay in Los Angeles, where son Bronny sits on the bench and his home sits on a hill and his myriad businesses are sitting pretty. Of course, of course, of course. But wait a minute, there's a catch. For the first time since James arrived here 7 years ago, there was no second or third or fourth year attached to his contract. The Lakers didn't offer him an extension. They refused to guarantee him a spot here after next spring. For the first time in his Laker career, actually, the first time in his entire 23-year career, James will thus play this season on an expiring contract. In NBA speak, that means two words: trade bait. Except James has a no trade clause. And it's unimaginable he would agree to go to another team that would have to gut their roster to match his salary. So for the first time, the wily, elusive, flexible LeBron James is stuck. He's stuck on a team clearly catering to the needs of a different superstar in Luka Doncic. He's stuck on a team that might be viewing his contract not as an asset, but as an albatross. He's stuck on a team that might be looking to get rid of him, but can't. He's stuck on a team where he said he wants to end his career, but where that ending might eventually be out of his control. He could perhaps free himself by thinking about November 29, 2015. That's the date that Kobe Bryant, a month into his 20th season, officially announced his retirement. You remember it, right? What happened next was the most surprisingly delightful farewell season-long tour in the history of sports. I thought everybody hated me, Bryant said at the time. It's really cool, man. Hate him. America loved him and showed him that love in every NBA arena across the country. Standing ovations from coast to coast as he cruised his way toward that stunning 60-point career finale. The Lakers were generally terrible. The hobbled Bryant was mostly awful, but the nights were wholly magical. The stone-faced bad guy opening himself up to a national respect and admiration that he never knew existed. It was important that he saw this before he retired. It became infinitely more important that he saw this before he died. At the end of the tour, I wrote, a final act that in typical Kobe Bryant fashion was unlike any other in the history of American sports. Opening up to a world he never trusted, becoming accessible, embraceable after years of stony intensity. Bryant used the last 5 months to flip the narrative on his life and career, erasing the darkness of a villain and crystallizing the glow of a hero. Bryant had said before the season that he would never do a farewell tour, that he didn't want to be lauded like baseball fans lauded the prolonged retirement journey of the New York Yankees' Derek Jeter. We're completely different people. I couldn't do that, he said. Yet saddled with an expiring contract just like James, Bryant ultimately wanted to do something that James might consider, giving the organization a head start at rebuilding while controlling his own narrative. Before Bryant's decision could be leaked, he announced it himself in an open letter to basketball that was so touching it became an Oscar-winning film. He even arranged for a copy of the letter, sealed in an envelope embossed with gold, to be placed on the seat of every fan attending that night's game at then Staples Center against the Indiana Pacers. Not exactly a t-shirt, huh? It was elegant, it was classy, it was perfect, just like the tour, initially criticized in this space as being selfish before your humble correspondent finally realized that Bryant was right. It was really, really cool. It's fun. I've been enjoying it, Bryant said. It's been great to kind of go from city to city and thank you all. And thank you to all the fans and be able to feel that in return. You hear that, LeBron? This is not a call for James to retire, but a call for James to begin considering how that will happen and how the classy Lakers would nail it if it happened here. Granted, James and Bryant situations are not comparable. Even though James is 40 and Bryant was 37, James is still one of the league's best players, while Bryant was statistically one of the worst. And while James is still physically powerful, Bryant never fully recovered from his torn Achilles and was battered and broken. James might have more gas in the tank while Bryant was clearly done. But James himself has indicated that he probably has at most 2 years left. And every season, his injuries become more insistent and debilitating. And now that the Lakers are under new ownership with no ties to James, and now that current management has already given this team to Doncic, James doesn't have much of a future here. He has made noise about going back to Cleveland, and maybe after this season, he'll want to return where his career started. But if he's thinking about retirement after this year, a legitimate option for the first time, he shouldn't wait to do so while walking off the court following an early round loss by a mediocre Laker team. Nobody does retirement tours like the Lakers, and nobody has ever done one like Kobe Bryant. Decidedly, in the twilight of his career, LeBron James can learn from both. Well, guys. I thought that was a really wonderful article. I didn't quite. The interesting is I don't see LeBron James writing a letter to his fans. And the reason why I don't see that is because LeBron James doesn't care about his fans. He doesn't love the fans. He doesn't play basketball for the fans. He doesn't get out there and make sure that he's out there for every game that he can show up for his fans. He didn't even want to participate in All-Star. So that's how you know that LeBron James doesn't love the fans. So I don't see him copying this. I do see him making a spectacle. And it's funny because there's a podcast, a Cleveland-based podcast with a gentleman by the name of Ethan Sands and Chris Fedora, and they talked about seeing LeBron James and approaching him, asking him some questions. They had about 5 minutes with him to discuss whether or not he would be traded by the Lakers and, or if he was going to retire in this upcoming season. And this is what they had to say.
I don't know if anybody is actually ready for the retirement of LeBron James. What do you think about the news that came out today? What do you think about the potential for this to actually be the case and the potential for him to end his career in a Los Angeles Lakers jersey after opting in to his player option earlier this summer?
I talked to LeBron when he was here in Cleveland. We had a moment of about 5 minutes in the hallway before he left for the Lakers bus. And I asked him if this was going to be his last time visiting Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse as a member of the Los Angeles Lakers or a player on a different team. And he just kind of laughed it off. And there's been conversation around LeBron about the possibility of possibly extending it in the NBA for as long as what it would take for his youngest son, Bryce, to get to the NBA. I don't know if that's going to end up being the case. He said that would be cool if he could do that with Bryce and Bronny and himself all in the NBA at the same time. But look, this is going to happen eventually. He's 40 years old. He's been playing at the NBA level since he was a teenager. I mean, you're talking about all of the miles. You're talking about all of the minutes. You talk about all of the extended playoff runs and then playing for Team USA. At some point, it just is too much, even for somebody like LeBron, who, the word about LeBron since he came into the NBA is you never put anything past him because he will make you look foolish. He will do unexpected things that other guys that have come before him just haven't done or haven't been able to do. So when it comes to LeBron, I never put anything past him. The one thing that I will say is that he is going, I believe based on everything that I know about LeBron and all the conversations that I've had with people in his orbit, his general orbit, I believe that LeBron is going to make it known that he is going to retire before he retires. It's not going to be a situation where he plays out the final year and then in the offseason he just retires. The sense that I get is LeBron wants it all. He wants the farewell tour. He wants all of these different franchises, reliving all of his moments against them. He wants all of the glitz and the glam that comes with one of the greatest players, if not the greatest player of all time, calling it quits eventually. So at this point, he's not going to retire this offseason because he hasn't told anybody that he was going to retire this offseason. He opted into his player option. He's got $52 million coming his way. It's going to be hard for him to walk away from that. But, 25-26 makes sense from a contract standpoint because it's going to be his final year under contract. But if it is 25-26 when he calls it quits, he's going to let it be known, I would think, coming into this year that, oh, by the way, this is going to be my final year in the NBA. And I would not doubt if that revelation comes on his own Mind the Game podcast rather than anywhere else.
Yeah, LeBron, for all of the complaining he does about all the attention that's on him, all of the stories that might not be stories that we try to make stories. His comments about, why would anyone want to be the face of the league, that sort of thing. He loves it. Yep. Actions speak way louder than words. He loves the attention, and you better be damn well sure he's going to get his retirement tour. This is going to be a production. There are going to be gift ceremonies. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to get his number retired in every arena. LeBron has part of this too. Is LeBron, as much as has tried to distance himself from the GOAT conversation, I still think he's fighting that war. I still think it means a lot to him to win the battle of public opinion in that space. His best argument is longevity. So I think that as long as he feels good, I think he's good. I don't believe for a second that this is going to be his last season. By the way, 2 reasons. The foremost of them being we addressed the Bryce James thing. I think that's real. I think LeBron wants to play with both of his sons. But also, and I'm not starting media beef here. When LeBron retires, it will not be the first person to know. Will not be someone at Clutch Points. Like it will, like Chris said, it will be orchestrated. But LeBron will deliver that message, or Rich Paul will deliver it to Shams, or something like this. This is one of the bigger trade secrets. To me, my read on this report is it got whispered about at Summer League. This is league conjecture, which that doesn't mean it's erroneous. LeBron has been, frankly, weighing retirement publicly for a couple of years now. Since I think it was the conference finals run they had against.
We talk about LeBron's retirement every season. We beg him to retire, or, the fans are just year 20. You've never seen a guy playing like this in year 20. When he loses, you can't expect him to win. He's in year 20, he's in year 21. And, and the tears keep rolling for LeBron, right? I agree that LeBron James is going to want the biggest retirement spectacle. His expectations, I believe that what he's going to be truly looking for is, a city to city, probably tribute. And to the gentleman's point, I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to get the number 23 retired, which I don't see how he has a leg to stand on for that. I really don't. But and I don't think the Lakers should retire his jersey at 23. Cleveland wants to do it. I can see that. Miami Heat already retired Michael Jordan's jersey before LeBron James got there, so that's why he had to wear number 6. Yeah, I see LeBron James creating a spectacle. I do see him trying to hang on for Bryce to get into the league. He wants to play with both of his sons, but I think what he's trying to do is weigh and measure what looks worse. If I leave the Lakers and give up the best retirement tour in Hollywood that I could have ever had, or do I stay there and make this work and really ride off into the sunset as one of the greatest Lakers? If he leaves the Lakers, that damages his Laker legacy. And I think his Laker and I think his legacy just in general, there's no guarantee he's going to win a title. Even if he goes to the Mavericks, I don't think that they're a contender with LeBron James because he's on the team. Kyrie Irving's not coming back. So he's going to sit around on the Mavericks for a year, wait for Kyrie to come back, and then what? We already know he can't win with Anthony Davis. So he won a title with Anthony Davis, but think about everything that they have. They don't, without Kyrie. Yeah, Cooper Flag, he's young. Why would they want LeBron James coming over there and messing up the symbiosis that they have right now? I can't see that happening. But apparently Kyrie wants it. Apparently Anthony Davis, this is what they want. But yeah, farewell tour. I wonder what that would look like in New York City. Imagine LeBron James goes to the Garden and he's in New York and, he wants his respect. And what else? LeBron always wants his respect and he wants to, a big spectacle, right? I think that he'll get one. I think that LeBron will go to New York and he'll get his respect.
I want my damn respect too. Get out of here, LeBron. Go back to LA. I'm from New York. You never beat Jordan. You never beat Jordan, my Kobe. You fucking Kobe. You out here.
Imagine his last game as a Laker, or his last game going to Madison Square Garden. That's exactly what happens to him. That's what I see happening, guys. I don't think he's going to be able to go to New York. Man, oh man. And as much as I think that LeBron James should create a nice, classy, elegant retirement tour, I just don't think that he is going to, because of the way he's already carrying himself. On his way out, right? What he's trying to set us up for is erasing other legends' legacies. I've even heard a rumor that he's trying to get an Offensive Player of the Year award included. So on his way out, he wants to create a new award, probably in honor of himself, right? Or something else that gets him something that, Michael Jordan just never had, right? You'd think that he would be going into his final year thinking, you know what? How can I make this special for myself, for the fans, for my family? But no. Instead, he wants to create an Offensive Player of the Year award. He's pushing this as, part of, I think, the retirement convo. There's also a new metric that we heard of that just came out called value of replacement player. LeBron James is number 1 on that list. And, he would be the first person to win an Offensive Player of the Year award as well, right? Or it would be named after him. So if he doesn't win the award, or if it's not created while he's still in the league, he's advocating for the NBA to, without a doubt, name this award after him. That's my thoughts. I think that for sure LeBron James wants an Offensive Player of the Year award because it basically takes away from the fact that you're also supposed to play defense. It absolves him of not having to play defense for the last 10 years of his career. So if we say, you know what, LeBron James really wasn't a complete player after 2014, 2015, 2016, he didn't defend anymore. He couldn't sit in the seat. Well, he's going to say, but I was still the best Offensive Player of the Year. I was still winning these awards at age 40. What do you guys think? I mean, is LeBron James, does he want to create an NBA Offensive Player of the Year award to pad his legacy? Is that what you guys think is happening here? I do. That's what I think. I think that LeBron James always just wants to somehow make himself better than Michael Jordan. He's obsessed with doing things or creating things that Michael Jordan hasn't. But yeah, I'm curious to know what you guys think. Oh, just leave already. I get it. I get it. Yeah, no, I'm with you, Renee. I think so as well. I think he wants it named after him too. That's where I think that this is all headed. What a shame. But yep, Mr. Wise, you are correct. He's still just trying to catch up to MJ. That's what I really think this is about. He's obsessed. Michael Jordan has never given him the kind of attention that he's wanted his entire career. And he's just like, you know what? If you will not look at me, if you will not see me, if you will not mentor me, then I'm just going to tear you down. And so I think that that's really the mindset for LeBron James. And it is really sad. Spurzan, do you really think anyone will respect James in the end? I don't think that people really respect him now. So that's a great question, but I think that that respect continues to wane, and I think that it continues to to be reduced as we go along, as he continues to play in the league. Salute to you, Shay J. Happy Sunday. Let's not underestimate Adam Silver's intelligence. Adam knows LeBron is chasing a ghost and he's not going to fall for it. That is very true. It's just that I'm wondering what the NBA is going to do to honor LeBron, and I wonder if they already have. I wonder if they already have honored LeBron by allowing his bum son, Carlton Banks, in the league. You know, when you allow for someone to make a circus, a complete circus of the fraternity that is the NBA of this league, of the National Basketball Association, what else do you need to give them? Like, when we really think about it, he's allowed for Bronny to come into this league, stink up the court, whether it's in the G League, the Lakers, like whatever arena he's in. And this is what we've had to witness. We're witnessing the greatest father-son duo in NBA history. You know? Photo ops are there. Imagine if they are leaving LA. Let's hope so. But it just feels like LeBron James is always looking for something. He's always trying to manipulate. He's always trying to orchestrate something. And it's just never ending. But I do want to take you guys to the next topic, which I think is the biggest LeBron story of this week. And, you know, I'm sure you guys have heard Jeff Teague. He came out and, I mean, is he with Clutch? Does he have a Clutch contract? I don't know what's going on. Maybe he was just trying to have a viral moment that completely backfired, that's what it seems like. But he came out flat out and, you know, he alluded to LeBron James being on PEDs. He didn't allude. He said it. He said LeBron James was on steroids and he had to sit out. I'm going to let you guys hear this because it was very clear what he said. It didn't sound like a joke at all. But I want you guys to listen to this and let's judge for ourselves. We'll watch and we'll listen to this and we'll react together. Oh boy, you know, Jeff Teague, he's something else. I've never seen someone throw the rock and hide their hand the way that he has. I have just never seen it. Let's see. One second, guys. All righty. So here's the article. Sports Illustrated got a hold of this. And, you know, oh, wait. No, this is the Offensive Player of the Year award. I mean, we can wrap this up real quick. So Sports Illustrated, they said that, right? So they reported this and they said, you know, LeBron James is quoted, you give an MVP and an Offensive Player of the Year and it changes. It's like, okay, so is it the best player? Is it the player that had the best season with their team? Maybe that's Offensive Player of the Year. I mean, look, LeBron James, what I remember him talking about when it came to this was he compared this to football. So yeah, let me just finish this point because this is important before I forget. LeBron James mentioned that they have this award in football. Now, I'm not a football expert, guys. I don't come in here and I don't talk about football all the time. Do I spectate the sport at times? Yes. Do I know enough about it to talk about it? Yes. But I absolutely hate football and basketball comparisons. It's two totally different sports all around. Okay. There are literally players on football teams. They actually have, their role is just to defend. They have those roles in football for a reason. In basketball, you must play offense and defense. It is not that way in football. So I hate that he's trying to make this comparison. I hate that he's trying to insert this into the league. I hate that he's trying to create something that is just for him. That really, it it basically excludes the rest of the history of the sport. And it also takes away from the fact that basketball players are expected to play both offense and defense. So let me just get that out of the way. But where the hell is this other article that I had? One second, guys. Oh, no, I was on the right article. Sorry, guys. I didn't even realize you were looking at the Jeff Teague article. Okay, anyhow. So Jeff Teague, he makes a key clarification to podcast comments about LeBron James. And look, I watched the video. I thought that I couldn't believe it. I'm like, this guy works for Clutch and he's out here ready to just blow the whole house down. You know, and Jeff Teague, he said LeBron James used steroids when he was with the Miami Heat. They started testing for HGH and he had to sit out. He said his back was hurting and he sat out for 3 weeks, then came back skinny.
Which Bron was better?
Miami Heat Bron.
Hold on,
Miami.
guys.
I'm
I
going
want
this
you to be
Cavs
able to
Bron
hear
because this
this.
Cavs Bron had a 3. Which Bron was better?
Miami Heat Bron.
Miami Heat Bron.
Miami.
I'm going this Cavs Bron because this Cavs Bron had a 3.
Man, y'all crazy. Miami Heat Bron. He was on
steroids,
steroids, bro. He had to sit out. He was on steroids for real.
Like legit was on steroids, bro. I'm allegedly. But like he had to sit out. Y'all remember when they told him like they were sports allegations? Y'all remember that though? No, they was like everybody they started testing for HGH, and they was like, yo. And he had to sit out. Like he said his back was hurt. And he sat out for like 3 weeks and he came back skinny. This is just I was in the league. I remember. And he came back in. He was crazy though.
That might be the best Bron, bro.
Did you guys hear that? Were you guys able to hear the Jeff Teague comments? Or no? Just give me a 1 if you guys were able to hear that video. If not, I'll play it a different way. Oh, you guys didn't hear it. Okay, let me play it a different way for you guys. 1 second. Because I want you guys to hear this. It's a good one. And I mean, this just keeps coming up. You know, it's like once a year, a couple of former NBA players or a current NBA player is questioning LeBron James and whether or not he is involved in PEDs. It's just crazy to me. Give me 1 second. I'm going to play it from my phone. And we'll listen to it that way.
Which Bron was better?
Miami Heat Bron.
Miami Heat Bron.
Miami Heat.
I'm going this Cavs Bron because this Cavs Bron had a 3.
Man, y'all crazy. Miami Heat Bron was, he was on steroids, bro. He had to sit out. He was on steroids for real. Like legit was on steroids, bro. I'm allegedly, but like he had to sit out. Bro, y'all remember when they told him like they
There goes the Clutch sports allegations.
y'all remember that though? No, they was like he got everybody. They started testing for HGH, and they was like, yo, and he had to sit out. Like he
Which
said
Bron
his
was
back
better?
was hurt. He sat out for like 3 weeks, and he came back skinny.
Miami Heat Bron.
I'm going this Cavs Bron.
He
Because this
came
Cavs
back
Bron
in.
had a
He
3.
was crazy though.
That might
Miami
be
Heat
the best Bron
Bron,
we ever seen.
he was on steroids, bro. He had to sit.
They're saying that the best LeBron was when he was on steroids. Like, let's be for real. Like, this is what they're saying. This is what they're alleging. And so Jeff Teague actually had the nerve, guys.
Sit out. Like,
had
he
the
said his back was hurt, and he sat out for like 3.
It was just ridiculous, guys. Seriously, this is what he said.
He was crazy, though.
He tweeted
the best Bron, bro.
Because he got angry. He got angry at LeBron fans. Y'all weird. I was just joking about Bron. He was just that dominant. Chill. That's what he had the nerve to go on and say. Y'all weird. I was just joking about Bron. He was just that dominant. Chill. That just didn't sound like a joke. He even referred to when LeBron had to sit out. You guys remember when LeBron got skinny and he came back as the Incredible Hulk? I know you guys remember that. I know you do. And I'm going to show you. I'm going to remind you. Remember? Look at him. Doesn't even look like LeBron. Lebalco jaw. Look at that. Guys, Jeff Teague, I mean, this went on. He must have been afraid for his life. Okay. So not only did he probably lose the clutch contract, okay, he was on the run. I mean, even as his father called him. LeBron James fans pulled up on him. They ran down on Jeff Teague. That's what happened as a result of this. And he goes on his 520 podcast to explain and to try to explain this whole thing away. And I don't believe him that he didn't believe that LeBron James was on PEDs. I don't know what he was thinking by asserting this. But here's what the crew had to say.
Oh, okay.
So you bring your artist for this?
Shout out to Mike. That's what y'all doing, Mike?
Everybody blame me for everything right now. I did it.
Shout out to the game.
To my right, my dog, Young Nacho, Young Teague. How you what?
Whoop, I had to wear Jordan today because Kobe hate me and LeBron. So I guess I go with the mics.
Yeah, on the way in, you know what I'm saying? Some black trunks outside. I'm happy we can still podcast.
Man, listen, bro.
We was on your Clutch Sports for 2 weeks, man.
They didn't kick me off the Clutch, bro. Listen, bro, it was a joke, bro. Like, what did they miss, bro?
Hey, now, before we even get to that, who do we have on the show who was from Clutch? And they were just like, yeah, I had to double check to see if he was actually on the roster. Was that Alicia Gray?
Yeah, Alicia Gray. Yeah. Like, they like,
he's not Alicia.
No, I'm not on Clutch Sports. And definitely after this, I will never get another Clutch opportunity because y'all take everything out of context. We were literally giving LeBron praise how dominant he was.
Yeah, y'all wasn't really watching the show. And I mean, that's why shit get clipped up, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
and
go ahead.
We were saying he was so dominant.
This is your post team.
I'm just saying, we were saying he was so dominant that, like, bro, you 280 running that fast, bro. I'm like, bro, he's on steroids, bro.
Yeah, and that was a real storyline, though.
But I was joking because if I knew that people like, how did you know he was on steroids? I didn't know. I don't know. I don't care because if he was and I knew, I would have told him to give me some. Yeah. I would have tapped in. I would have been 6'3". 285 too, nigga, running like a Mack truck. Like,
if you had a recipe, there would be no club pops.
No,
right
I wish I had a recipe. Like, matter of fact, if you got some, bro, tap in.
Send the remix.
I already make a comeback. Shit, me, John Wall, and all of us. Shit, we trying to get that.
You gonna fall apart.
Okay, you know what I'm saying?
Hey,
like,
listen, the steroid league is on the way.
Man, listen, bro.
That's
I couldn't believe. Well, only reason I even knew about is because my dad. He was like, "You trying to get us killed?" I was like, "What are you talking about?" I think I did something crazy.
I woke up, my phone was a lot, bro. I really thought something happened.
I did too. When my dad said, "You trying to get us killed?"
And I
was
knew
like,
it
"What are you
wasn't
talking
about
about?"
because it was all social media shit. And I'm like,
"Hey, like, you said something about Bron?" I was like, "What?" I literally didn't know. I'm like, "What did I say about Bron?" Yeah. He was like, "Something about steroids."
Yeah, that wasn't even like the type of
like,
show for
what?
The fact that Coach Teague hit you about this is hilarious.
Yeah, I was like, I just made a joke that he good. Like, he was so good and so strong, much faster than everybody. Like, that nigga had to be on steroids. And he was like, well, people think you know that he's on steroids. I'm like, man, I don't know that, man. Like, I've never seen that man do nothing. I was like, I just said that he went out for 2 weeks and he came back a superhuman.
I mean, I hate it got taken it that way, but I understand too because like the shit that you tell about the NBA, it always followed by videos and shit like that.
Yeah,
so you gotta look at that side of it too.
Yeah, but I don't know, Bron.
The funny part about this,
but
they just killed us for saying we glazed Bron too much.
Yeah.
Oh, facts.
Now we hate LeBron.
Now I hate Bron. Yeah, they told me you a Bron hater. Y'all just told me I was.
They said we talked about Bron too much.
Bron.
We signed the clutch. We sold our soul.
I still love Bron. Bron still one of the greatest players ever to me. But I was joking. We were literally talking, but it's okay. I don't give a fuck.
Hey man,
it's here now.
We never gonna get all LeBron soldier deal.
Yeah, I was just about to get some new Browns too and hoop in them, but
now you Under Armour soldier.
Come on, fuck it. I'm wearing Steph's now.
What Dom say? Don't wear him in the club.
I just couldn't believe. I'm really shocked that made like a thing. Like,
because ESPN, bro.
Because nobody else is working.
I'm like, bro, y'all serious, bro?
When I see, it's always a way for people. You start seeing 1 or 2 publications, probably like, oh yeah, this is about to be the flavor of the day.
Yeah, that was kind of lame, but that wasn't even a real. That wasn't even no just today. I was just saying stuff that everybody said. Like, oh, you remember he was out and he came back. He came back a superhuman. Then he was in Miami. He was on the list. I don't give a fuck.
He woke a lot of people up.
If he was on steroids, I don't care. You still got to make the shots.
Yeah, we definitely
shots, bro.
You still got to hit the baseball. You still got to make the shots. You still got to make the tackles.
Out the gate.
Oh, well.
It's so funny, bro. The random shit be happening. People like, y'all just be saying something go viral. I swear to God, if we was cooking up something for that, it would have not been.
Yeah, it would not been viral. Like,
I be putting me on a lot of this shit.
Listen, it's a lot of bullshit that we get put in there.
Like, if I wanted to go viral, I'll tell y'all real stories about the locker room.
Yeah,
like, my buddy whipped dude ass. I'll tell that story. Yeah. I want to go viral, but I don't want to go viral because that must go up.
Oh, that will.
What? That'll break the internet.
On my mama.
A few things. So I like I said, Jeff Teague is throwing the rock and hiding his hand. I mean, that's the best way for me to describe that. You're throwing the rock, you're hiding your hand, right? You want to say something. You know when someone basically pops shit, right? And then you press them about it and they're like, oh, they plead the fifth. They don't want that smoke, right? And oh no, that's not really what I meant. Or they start backpedaling. And that's exactly what Jeff Teague is doing. You went out there. You opened your fat lips and you decided to say that LeBron James was on steroids. That's what you said. You said it. You talked about it like it was true. You talked about it like you knew what you were talking about. And now it's just, oh, you were just repeating what everybody else said. Why didn't you say that before? Stop playing dumb like you're not, like you don't have one of the hottest podcasts out there and thousands of people are not tuning in and watching you. Stop playing dumb like what you say doesn't matter. Stop playing dumb like you have no influence. And stop playing dumb like you didn't think that saying something like that was going to have any effect or impact. And now that we know that you just say anything, that's basically what he just told us, that he just says anything. And so what's really interesting is that NBA players, they don't want us to come out and say anything about them. They don't want content creators commenting on the game. They don't want journalists, real journalists out there commenting and critiquing the game. They only want themselves. They only want their own voices heard so they can tell us lies, so they can bullshit us, the people who pay and support the league. I'm not gonna go for it. Jeff T can't fool me. You're a clutch plant. You've been a clutch plant. It was reported that you work for them and have a contract with them. LeBron James has a media company, and he has several contracts like this in the media with a variety of different personalities. So you coming out to say this, oh, I was just saying what everybody else said. Oh, I just say anything. You were just what? You were just being a fool? You were just denigrating Kobe last week and then got your ass ethered for saying that LeBron was on PEDs? And now your family's running around scared and you're getting pressed by LeBron James jockstrap sniffers? LeBron fans want to pull up on you and you're pressed? Well, but don't come out here and play dumb like you didn't know it was going to happen. That's my problem with it. But the bigger question for me is why isn't the mainstream media covering LeBron James' alleged PED use? Why? Why is no one saying anything? I want to shout out Dreamers Pro. Charles over there, he did a really great job compiling just everything that people have said about LeBron James and some of the worst things, in fact. And I want to play that soundbite for you. It's a compilation of Kale Sonnen and other folks talking about LeBron James being on PEDs. And months ago, one of my actually almost a year ago, I did an episode on LeBron James's alleged PED use when he didn't get tested out of the Olympics. So Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, Anthony Edwards, they were drug tested, but not LeBron James, not the supposed Olympic MVP, the guy who was playing 1 million minutes on the floor at 40 years old. But Steph and KD and Anthony Edwards, they were tested. So I did a whole video breaking down LeBron's alleged PED use and what I think about it. But I do want you to hear this compilation. It's a great just summary of the allegations.
Bronny get a bucket on Brown right now? Yeah, he can get a bucket on Brown right now. Nope. Yeah, he can get a bucket. No way. Nope. Man, come on. That little dude explosive, bro. He is, but you seen his dad? His dad on that balcony. He on that new juice. Sliding like he used to.
If the world understood what LeBron did, like other basketball players will hear what LeBron does and go, well, yeah, but that doesn't matter, right? It's like a baseball player. You're hitting a stick out of the way. It doesn't matter. It's like, no. If you knew what these performance enhancers did, then you would know why it does matter. You know, there's only one. We have the same drug guy. I know exactly what he's doing.
Spend $1 million a year on your body.
Part of it.
Yeah. So why we ain't got the blueprint yet? Why ain't it came out with the whole, hey, look, young fella, this is how you do it.
KD is doing it.
I'm asking. I ain't on the internet. Everything else on the internet. Give me the blueprint of 1, 2, 3. Go by this hyperbaric chamber. Go get this massage therapist. Go get these things to help your legs and your knees. Hey, young fella, you want to last in this motherfucker 24, 26, 20, 35 years? Do it like this. Why can't we figure out what you doing? It ain't no genetic anomaly. This ain't no genetic. Either you an alien, a cyborg, or you're doing something nobody else knows doing.
Simply say to you, what do you think is more likely, that an athlete would try and defy age through science at the end of his career, or that one athlete had a career that defied the limits of the human body, unlike any we've ever seen in terms of mileage and how his body holds up for 20 straight years? I'm assuming did Kareem have more minutes? I'm assuming LeBron James has played more minutes than anyone else. Which do you think is more likely?
So you.
Yeah, I think that I think LeBron goes to the Labalco lab. That's what I think. And we know that every year he needs about 2 weeks off at least, right? And that's when I think he goes in the chamber and he gets in the lab and the Labalco lab and works on his body some more. But I think that it's really interesting that Kale Sonnen made these blatant claims about LeBron James years ago, and he's never done anything. Kevin Garnett said, he's on that Balco, he's on that new juice, and nothing. Crickets from LeBron. He's never addressed it. He's never even come out and said, hey, don't disrespect my legacy like that. Don't disrespect the integrity that I've played the sport with. He's never come out and said that. And you would think that he would. He's pressed Charles Barkley, but he won't press Kevin Garnett. He won't say anything to Kale Sonnen. And even recently, LeBron James is out here sending cease and desist order over pregnant AI videos. He's willing to sue over a pregnant AI video, but he won't. He won't sue Kale Sonnen. He won't sue Kevin Garnett. He won't sue Jason Whitlock. LeBron James is full of it. He wants to have this voice. He's got a whole podcast. Why has he never addressed these things? Why has he never addressed the PEDS allegations? Ever. Why? I mean, look at this article here. LeBron James reportedly sends cease and desist letters over pregnant AI videos. LeBron James is taking a stand against AI-generated abuse. According to a report by 404 Media, lawyers representing the NBA superstar have issued multiple cease and desist letters to creators producing disturbing deep fake videos of James, including content that falsely depicts him as pregnant or involving in graphic non-consensual scenarios. The legal move has already resulted in Instagram removing several high-traffic accounts tied to the offensive content. The creators of an AI tool and Discord community that allowed people to create AI videos of NBA stars say that it got a cease and desist letter from lawyers representing LeBron James. The rise of artificial intelligence has become an increasingly debated issue in today's media-driven world. While there are plenty of good uses for it, there are also ways to abuse the technology, and LeBron has experienced it firsthand, with countless fake videos emerging as a threat to his image and legacy. Even one of a pregnant LeBron James. High-profile creators there were racking up millions of views on Instagram, making AI-generated videos of James and Steph Curry, wrote 404 Media. These included videos where an AI-generated James stood by as an AI-generated Diddy sexually assaulted Steph Curry in prison, videos of James imagined as a homeless person, videos of James on his knees with his tongue out, and videos of James pregnant. The rise of artificial intelligence has created a new era of digital creativity, but also opened the door for abuse. For LeBron, the downside of deepfake tech has hit hard, with increasingly graphic and offensive videos threatening his image and legacy. At least 3 Instagram accounts that had garnered millions of views on non-consensual AI videos of James have been deleted by Instagram. When asked by 404 Media whether it had received a cease and desist letter from James, Meta refused to comment. A cease and desist order basically means that the creator of these AI videos/images has to stop using LeBron's face and likeness, or it could lead to major legal action. While it won't completely scrub what's already been created and shared, it should at least prevent any similar videos from being released. Despite the escalating situation, Meta, Instagram's parent company, has declined to say whether it received legal correspondence from LeBron's lawyers. Still, the platform has begun removing offending content and accounts, signaling they are responding to mounting legal pressure. How they intend to address the larger problem of AI-generated deepfakes remains to be seen. For now, LeBron is using his power to hold creators accountable, one takedown at a time. With $1 billion empire to protect, he has the means to fight back. Unfortunately, not all victims of the practice have that luxury. LeBron James has made it clear that digital exploitation won't be tolerated. As AI tools become more advanced and widespread, public figures are increasingly vulnerable. This legal action may just be the beginning of a broader push against deepfake abuse, one that could unite athletes, entertainers, and lawmakers in defense of privacy and personal dignity. Well, I think that LeBron James is ridiculous. He's willing to go after AI-generated images. He wants to sue for that, but he's not willing to sue for the allegations that, to me, they affect his entire livelihood. If you're exposed for PEDS use, then you are losing endorsements. You're probably out of the league, all kinds of things, right? So if you've been faced with these allegations your whole career, why have you never addressed them? Why? LeBron James is soft as hell. You're worried and crying about this. Really interesting. Won't sue Cale Sonnen, Kevin Garnett. Has never said anything about the Diddy allegations. Not one thing. He's never spoke up for Shannon Sharpe, his friend. And so because you see AI-generated photos of Diddy and non-consensual things happening in a supposed jail cell, I believe, now you wanna sue. But it's like LeBron James can sue over AI-generated photos all you want, but he can't sue over real photos. He can't sue over real photos that were taken in real time. We can't mistake or forget the friendship that he had with Diddy. Ain't no party like a Diddy party. Yeah. That's what LeBron James was saying. That's what I remember. He never addressed these allegations. He addressed not going to the Met Gala in New York, where Diddy was being jailed. You address everything, but you won't address this.
Be mad, I can have a spat, we can have whatever. Then after that, you better get on your job. That's really that's all it is. You got me on my job. Nah, it ain't never gonna work like that over here. You know what I'm saying? I was trying not to leave this message, but you have left me no choice.
Come on, guys, smash the like button. You got me on my job.
You got me on my job. Nah, it ain't never gonna work like that over here. You know what I'm saying? I was trying not to leave this message, but you have left me no choice.
You have left me no choice. Smash the like button, guys. We've got 235 people in here watching. Let's see where we're at with the likes. All right, we're at 147. I think we can do a little bit better. I think we can get to 225. Let's do it. All right, guys. The PED scandal. We talked a lot about, we basically got caught up on, I would say, all things LeBron James, right? So far, right? And I really, me personally, I really believe that all of the media shenanigans that LeBron does and is a part of, it's all to distract us from these PEDS allegations. That's what I believe. So everything that he does, all of these media tours, all the ridiculousness that he's putting out there, all these stories, the antics with the Lakers, it's all to distract us from any kind of PEDS allegations and any other heinous allegations that, like the Diddy allegations, all those things, he wants to distract us. So putting out his own narratives, the GOAT debate, all of these things completely distract us from some really serious allegations about LeBron James. And so, you know, this leads us to our next topic, and that's Kobe Bryant. And, you know, there's been a lot. Kobe Bryant has been trending a lot over the last couple of weeks, months even. And a lot of NBA players have been sort of not making a name for themselves, but they've been going viral. They've been sort of clout chasing off of Kobe Bryant's name and his legacy. And it's been really awful to watch. And quite frankly, LeBron James has had the most benefit of this. But what I believe is happening, that it's like a monkey see, monkey do. I believe that it's like a Mr. Me Too syndrome going around to a lot of former NBA players, that for some reason they're feeling like, hey, I've got to pump myself up here too. I've got skin in the game. Let me say this because this elevates me and my legacy. But recently, there have been a flurry of people who have been perturbed by a lot of the Kobe Bryant slander that's out there. Okay. And for me, what's missing from a lot of the critique and sort of ethering of the Bleacher Top 100 list and things of that nature, it's speaking the truth. It's putting the people on blast that need to be put on blast. That's what I feel like is missing, the realness of it. But Kyrie Irving, he came out and, you know, he's tired of the Kobe Bryant slander. And I want us to take a look at what he had to say. I believe that Kobe Bryant he streams on, not Kobe Bryant, Kyrie Irving. He's streaming out on Twitch now. As you know, he really, Kobe Bryant was a mentor to Kyrie Irving. I think that Kyrie Irving really, for him, Kobe Bryant is probably his GOAT. That's what it seems like. And, you know, I think he acknowledges Michael Jordan as being the greatest of all time. But for him, I think he really loved watching Kobe Bryant play, and he loved Kobe Bryant. So I want you guys to hear what he had to say. I want you guys to see the passion in Kyrie Irving's face when he says this.
I'm not letting people revise history. I'm not letting people come on and talk about Kobe like Kobe wasn't one of the best that not only played, but that came in as a 17-year-old against grown men And by the time this man was 22 years old, he had a few championships and he was busting the best of the best ass. If y'all don't knock that shit off, I'm talking to y'all at home, the fucking media talking heads, the ones that casually throw names around like, bro, if you don't knock it off, you weren't like that. It's okay. Not everybody could be Kobe. Not everybody could wear those size, you know what I mean, size shoes that he had. Yeah, I'm not going down into detail about this because what's said on the internet and the digital space is said. It's the internet. But when it comes to real respect and real recognizing real, this man, Kobe Bean Bryant, is immortalized not just because of his basketball. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Like this man, he is way bigger because of the character, because of what we witnessed him go through. We didn't care if we didn't care about certain failures. The real Kobe fans didn't care about the failures. They didn't care about the naysayers. The real Kobe fans, the real Mamba fans that I'm talking to didn't care about who he was competing with. We know who fucked with Kobe and who didn't. I know who fucked with Kobe and who didn't. I'm not going to say I knew Kobe the best at all. I won't say that. You know, I'm not going to disrespect all his relationships. I'm not going to do that. But what I will say is put respect. Put respect where it's due, y'all. We know who Kobe fucked with. That's the thing. We not letting people revise history. At the end of the day, when I look at the way that people are treated when they're no longer here, right? That bothers me. He's not able to sit in front of us and give us the takes or give us the, you know, how he feels about his own takes. But bro, can we just be honest at this point? The man put on the shoes and became 2.0 of one of the greatest of all time play. He obviously is Kobe Bean Bryant, but the man studied the greatest of all time. And this has nothing to do with rankings. This has everything to do with just the culture recognizing. Like, right? I'll give you another name, right? That we're not going to allow people to revise history. Hakeem Olajuwon, y'all. Salams to my big brother, man. Salams to Hakeem. We're not going to let people pretend like Hakeem was not that. Before there was a Tim Duncan, there was a Hakeem Olajuwon. Now, I'm not comparing the two. I'm not. But I'm saying, before there was a Kobe, there was a Mike. Before there was a Mike, there was a Julius Erving. You guys got to really, like, just put it in perspective for how I am saying these things, y'all. This has nothing to do with comparing anybody, right? Now I'll give you my 2 cents. Y'all are arguing over who's the GOAT. I don't fucking care. I don't care who the GOAT is. I don't care because basketball is bigger than the GOAT. And even the GOATs of basketball will tell you that. Basketball is bigger than the GOATs. Basketball is bigger than these media fan votes, these media voted awards. This man, Kobe, had 1 MVP. Why do you think that is? It maybe because we're missing out the context that there was a span of time where nobody really fucked with him, or people were looking at him different, or his peers were teaching him different that y'all don't really know about. Hakeem Olajuwon winning 2 championships when Mike left. The reason why I brought up Hakeem is because he's a Muslim brother in the NBA, playing, fasting, giving people 40 while fasting during Ramadan. Fasting, giving people 40. It's doable. That's what I'm saying. The things that I was involved in, you know what I mean? It's not just involved in, but the things that I've committed to, it has a lot of historical context that we're.
Okay. So here's the thing. Kyrie, I think Kyrie was defending Kobe Bryant, and that was genuine. I felt that from him. But I do feel that everyone has to somehow, when they're talking about him, they have to add to their own agenda in some way, shape, or form. And for Kyrie, he wants to make sure there's a spotlight on Muslim players, in particular Hakeem. He has been disrespected. Hakeem Olajuwon has been disrespected. But again, for me, there's some points that are irrelevant, such as fasting. He's done it his whole life, most likely. People who are Muslim, that is their way of life. I don't think that that should be brought into the sport. I don't think that they should be celebrated more because they were fasting or because they have religious practices that, you know, that they have to work around. That's their whole life. I'm sorry. I don't think we need to praise people for their religious beliefs. What we can do is praise Hakeem for his dedication to the game, for his dream shake that was literally unstoppable. I'm not, you know.
Ticket TV.
Oh, Ticket's calling. Let's see. Ticket's calling. But it looks like. Hey, Ticket. Talk to me nice. Let me make sure I have you on here. Hey, Ticket. Talk to me nice. I'm live right now.
You what? You live.
I'm live right now.
Man, all right, look, I'm gonna hit you back.
I thought you were calling into the show. I thought you wanted to talk about Kyrie.
Nah, I ain't even know you was live. I was getting ready to hit you about it live, but what you talking about?
I'm talking
Let me
about.
guess what you talking about.
What do you think? You guess.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Kyrie. He's calling out the media. He's calling out, people and the slander of Kobe Bryant. I actually highlighted one of your videos last week about this. Everybody's got something to say.
Yeah, you know how that goes.
I know.
Send me a link.
Yeah, I will. I surely will. I'll send it over right now.
All right, send me a link.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right.
Okay. Well, anyway, guys, like I was saying about Kyrie, I just think that he used this moment to talk about Kobe, and I think that that was great. I think that he had a lot to get off of his heart and that was on his mind as well. And I appreciate him defending Kobe. I don't think that we need to be celebrating players because of their religion or because they fasted. I think that these are irrelevant points. But Kobe, he was defending Kobe. That was the intent. And I'm not saying, and I want to be clear in this, guys, I'm not saying that we can't highlight Muslim players. I think there's something to be said for the collection of Muslim players and their journey and the discrimination that they face in the NBA, because that was going on for years and it was awful. So, I think that, we really, that should be highlighted at some point. I don't think it was necessary when you're talking about Kobe Bryant. Let's complete one thing 100%. Let's also keep the main thing, right? And that's that the Kobe Bryant slander is just, it's completely unnecessary. Most of it is lies, right? The idea that Kobe Bryant isn't a top 10 player is absolutely insane. So it's just kind of like, where do these people come up with these things? It's insane. It's just literally like, where did you find your brain? Bleacher Report, like who is going around, remember the days when people used to pay to get on the radio? Artists, they would have like managers, I think even the mob participated in, like, they called it payola, right? It's almost kind of like LeBron James, Clutch Sports, Rich Paul. They go around with a bag of money and they pay people to say things. And then the NBA players that come out to refute it, what they do is they don't even speak up and tell the truth. So that's my last and final point about what Kyrie Irving had to say, is that, he never at one point called out LeBron James and Clutch Sports. He talked about, we all know who effed with Kobe and who he didn't. So why didn't you call out LeBron James and Clutch Sports? They're the ones running around pumping these false narratives. The media heads, the talking media, they didn't just come up with this. The hit piece that Bleacher Report put out on Kobe Bryant, that was because of LeBron James and Clutch Sports. They're in bed together, guys. And, this is a real thing that's going on. And I don't understand why Kyrie Irving didn't take a moment to be real and tell the truth. Instead, he wants to play with LeBron James. Instead, he wants to talk about how he was fasting and the things he was involved in. You're talking about Kobe Bryant, a guy that passed away, a guy that everybody's slandering. Why do you need to use this as a moment to talk about, all those things that I was going through, so did Akeem, and so did this. Like, you're taking this as a moment to cry for yourself. And really, I thought that you were trying to defend Kobe's honor. I thought that you were defending Kobe's legacy, and now it turned into making it about you. So that's my problem with Kyrie Irving and his comments. To me, the intention is not matching the actual impact. And that's the issue that I have with what he said. Let's see. When we talk about Kobe Bryant and everything that's been going on this past week, I mean, there's just been so much, and when we move on to another discussion that was had about Kobe, and it was with Shaq and the Morris twins. And, pretty much Shaq is responding to T-Mac getting torched all over the goddamn internet. I mean, he was just dragged to hell and back for his comments about Kobe, right? He was dragged to hell and back. But I want you guys to hear what Shaq was saying on the big podcast. I enjoy Shaq's podcast. I think that he's entertaining. I think that he knows what to say to go viral for sure. But more than anything else in this moment, I think that he's another Mr. Me Too. I think that just like T-Mac, I think that just like a variety of players, he's left a few things on the table in his career. And he takes a moment to elevate himself. And I want you guys to see this. I want you guys to hear this, and we'll react together. Tell me what you think. But I do want to know, and if you guys don't mind dropping me a comment, why isn't Kyrie Irving calling out Clutch Sports? Why isn't he calling out the La Media? He calls out talking heads. But what about LeBron James, Clutch Sports, and the La Media? Why didn't he call them out? Why? But here's what the Morris twins had to say on Shaq's big podcast when he asked about T-Mac's comments. Let's hear it, guys.
T-Mac made a statement the other day, and I'm going to answer after you guys answer. He said, if you switch him and Kobe out, as far as playing with me, the outcome is the same. You agree or disagree?
No, you're not just saying you switching out with Kobe and you're gonna be what Kobe was. That's not. Yeah, I don't agree with nothing that. Nothing away from T-Mac, great player. Oh, you not Kobe. Yeah, and that mentality too.
I might have to disagree.
I don't know though. You know what my difference mine is though, big fella, is the mentality. Like it was like that killer mentality. Everybody didn't have that. Like he was a great player. Don't get me wrong. But it was times that Mike and Kobe, I felt like that Mike gave Kobe something that nobody else would be able to even imitate and be able to like have that mentality. A lot of players no other players had it, really.
I agree with you saying, but I'm saying, I didn't look at it like that. That's why I like everybody's opinion. You don't think I could have won 3 with T-Mac? I think I could have.
Yeah, for sure.
T-Mac was a bad boy.
But then,
what about the 2 after you left?
That, though.
T-Mac was a bad boy.
I feel like time you put any of the you could say that about outside of T-Mac. You could say a lot of them. Put him next to you at that time.
Good point. Right. All right, what about Vince? Me and Vince.
I feel like
3 in a row.
I feel like people downplay Vince. They just think he a dunker. Vince was one of the most talented players ever played. I believe the same thing.
Actually, when he said that, a lot of people hit me, but T-Mac was a bad boy.
Yeah, for sure.
He was.
And I feel like even not saying it, it's just like Kobe just watching, playing in the league, and was a fan of like everybody watched T-Mac. Everybody knew how good T-Mac was. But if you asking a question about him or Kobe Bryant, I don't know what team they was on. If he obviously everybody's path different, but like what Kobe has, there was only one other player that's the greatest player in the world has. Like they're the only 2 that has that.
I just realized I'm a few years older than you guys. I'm from Bucks County. And so I grew up hearing about Kobe at Lower Merion.
Yep.
And then I also remember this guy and Kobe coming to Philadelphia in 2001, booing Destiny's Child because I think Beyonce was wearing a Lakers jersey. Like being from Philly and then Kobe playing in Philly, how much were you like big fans of him when you guys were coming up?
Extremely big fans, but we was more AI guys. Yeah,
oh my gosh, the best.
Yeah. Nobody can overtake Bubba Chuck like in Philadelphia.
TGI Fridays,
no touching him.
Man,
no touching every week.
Shaq, I'm telling you, man, like that series when AI dropped that in game 1,
we'll be freaking.
It really felt like we won. Raja Bell and Eric Snow.
One game.
That shit was over.
Guys, we have a special guest. Ticket TV is here, and we're going to react to some things together, and I can't wait for you guys to hear him cook. Let me just get this layout going properly. Let's see, which one am I supposed to use? There we go. Hey, Ticket, welcome on in. Happy Sunday. How are you?
You tripping. You in here, you cooking LeBron again. Hey, boy. That fool LeBron James, man. He can't stop getting cooked, can he?
He can't stop getting cooked. I mean, as much as we try to come in here, we talk about the other players, and he only wants us to talk about him, Ticket. But what do you think about Shaq right now? Like, what do you think about what Shaq and the Morris twins were out here saying?
Well, Shaq, I couldn't really hear what the Morris twins, what they were saying. I heard about some of what Shaq was saying, but that's Shaq's opinion, you know? In my opinion, he probably felt like he was so great he could have did that with another superstar type of player in his prime. Because you got to remember he won one with D Wade, but D Wade carried him in that one. So he's probably thinking like, look, yeah, I played with all-stars like Eddie Jones. I played with all-stars like Nick Van Exel, but they wasn't on T-Mac's level. He probably feel the same way. Some people would argue Penny Hardaway was at the level we saw him playing. The thing is this, we didn't see it. We saw it with Kobe. T-Mac had Yao Ming and couldn't get out the first round. T-Mac had a lot of help in Houston and couldn't get out the first round. So when you think about it from that standpoint, you know, it sounds like Shaq hating. I think that I don't want to call him a hater because he's been one of the main ones defending Kobe and like saying people need to put Kobe in the GOAT debate. He's not saying T-Mac the GOAT. I think he more so just trying to say that his level, he was at that level where he could have elevated a guy like T-Mac. They could have won. Because remember, he said with him and Kobe, they could have won like 10.
Right. I agree with you. I don't think that Shaq is hating on Kobe. In this moment, what I think he's doing is just elevating his own legacy. He's just saying, hey, like, you know, I could have won with T-Mac. He was good. I think he was just trying to validate what some of these players who feel like they've left something on the table have been feeling. T-Mac, to me, I feel like he felt like he left something on the table in his career, and he feels bad about that. And I think that was the stem and the root of those comments. I don't think that he was trying to take LeBron James' side. I think it was more like, hey, I wish that I had, you know, the glitz and the glamour of the Lakers. I wish I was there, but he did have opportunities, and that's what he's failing to mention when he talks. But Shaq, I felt like he was just really trying to say, hey, you know, I was that guy. I could have won with anybody too. But I don't think he was trying to put down Kobe. I just think it went left. You know, sometimes you say things and it just backfires. I don't think he had a bad intention though.
Nah, I don't think. Nah, Shaq don't. Not with Kobe like that. Not that he passed away. I think, not even before that, when him and Kobe had made up, he had always been putting respect on Kobe's name, even when a lot of people weren't. So to say he wasn't, I think a lot of people were jumping the gun saying that. You know, I personally think, like I said before, I think Shaq believes that he was better than what his output, which I should say his production as far as winning, showed he was before Kobe came along. Because again, he did have Penny. They had a bomb squad in Orlando, couldn't win. Then he went to LA. They won 60 games. You know what I'm saying? He had 2 All-Stars on that team. They won 60 games. Couldn't win. He couldn't start winning until Kobe came up. You know? Now, he says he could have won 3 with T-Mac. You got to take a lot of things into consideration with T-Mac. T-Mac had injuries. He had back injuries and stuff like that held him, that messed him up. T-Mac wasn't the defender that Kobe was. You know? All that means something, man. Kobe just had something different about him. You know? I think that Shaq just think because of T-Mac's overall ability and his capability, he thinks that they were so good they could have did it. I don't believe it. I think that a lot of the intangibles that came with Kobe is the separator. That's the same thing I feel like with Kobe and LeBron James that everybody don't understand. That's the separator. The other things. The intangibles. Not the winning, the intangibles that cause that type of winning that Kobe Bryant had. So when you talk about the intangibles, what we saying when we saying intangible? We talking about the refusal to lose. You understand? The mindset is different. Kobe he didn't want to join super teams to win championships. He wanted to win championships going through cats. See what I'm saying? When they told Kobe he couldn't do something, he was so hell-bent determined to show he could do it. A lot of these cats nowadays, they run from that. They're afraid of that, you know? So that was the difference. Kobe's mindset, his mentality is what, in my opinion, puts him over the top of most all these guys, you know?
Did you happen
you had guys like Shannon Sharp. What did Shannon Sharp say? He said it was God, MJ, and Kobe. And now all of a sudden, Kobe ain't in it. Oh, who we gonna take out the top 10 to put Kobe in? Well, when you said that, think about this. When he made that statement back in around 2012, 2011, 2010, something like that, most all those guys hadn't played another dribble of basketball. Larry Bird hadn't played no more. He got him in the top 10. Michael Jordan hadn't played no more. He had him number 1. Cool. We understand Jordan. But what about the other guys that he had up there that he named? Shaquille O'Neal didn't do nothing after 2011. What did he do that made him pass Kobe in that time. Think about this. Hakeem Olajuwon, he didn't play basketball anymore. Bill Russell, what did he do? He was dead. No, he wasn't dead. He was alive at that time, excuse me, but he hadn't played basketball no more. Will Chamberlain was dead. So what did all these guys do to pass Kobe since that point? Steph Curry's still alive. He only got 4 world championships. But he says, oh, well, Curry got 2 MVPs. Kobe got 2 finals MVPs. And you don't talk about the fact that they got KD to go over there and KD led the. See, they don't put that in there when he talks like that. So Shannon Sharp and these guys, like I said, these guys are clowns. Him and Nick Wright. Nick Wright was saying the same thing. Go look at Nick Wright's list back in 2012 before they were jockstrap sniffing. These dudes are all exposed. They all bought and paid for. So they all saw this. They know this. They know what separated Kobe was them intangibles. The things that a lot of these other guys didn't have. The things that Vince Carter didn't have. Talent, McGrady, talent out the world. All those other guys that we talk about. James Harden, talent out the world. What they didn't have. The intangibles that Kobe Bryant had. The intangibles mean something. That's what pushes you to different stratospheres, different levels. Same thing with Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan's intangibles made him better than everybody else in his era.
Rob G on the Odd Couple completely tore up Shaq for this. I didn't think he deserved a lashing, but this is what he had to say.
Stop it! We've gotten to a point now where the mythology of Shaquille O'Neal has eclipsed the player. And I'm going to focus on Shaq right now. I'm going to bring facts first. I'm going to bring feelings later because I think both are important. Shaq is credited with being the most dominant player in NBA history. For my money, he is. Mm-hmm. He is the most physically dominant, imposing player that I've ever seen. And he's the biggest reason why when we have these mythical debates, like who's going to win, Jordan Bulls or the Showtime Lakers? Showtime Lakers or the Steph KD Warriors? Steph KD Warriors versus Shaq Kobe Lakers. Ultimately, it always comes down to, for me, is, who's going to guard Shaq? That's why I'm picking 01 versus damn near everybody, because I don't think there's anybody that could have handled 01 Shaq point blank, period. Having said that, for Shaq to come out and say, but Tracy McGrady with me instead of Kobe, we're winning those 3 chips. Shaq, let me take you down memory lane real quick so that we know exactly what we're talking about when it comes to the greatness of Kobe Bryant. You had T-Mac before T-Mac in Orlando. His name was Penny Hardaway. Penny Hardaway was a 2-time first-team All-NBA player, 3rd in MVP voting when he played with Shaq one year in 1996. And you know what happened? Shaq got swept out of the playoffs. 94, 95, 96. 2 of those years with who at the time was the Tracy McGrady, the Kobe Bryant, the Dwayne Wade of that league. Moves over to the Lakers. Swept out of the playoffs. 1998, 1999. 5 times before Kobe reached his ascension, you were swept out of the postseason. One of those years in Los Angeles, you had 4 All-Stars on your team getting swept out by the Spurs. It wasn't until Kobe Bryant made the leap from, hey, this kid's got a lot of potential, to, hey, this guy is legitimately a star player, that they got over the hump. And I'm going to work backwards from that 3-peat. In 2002, Shaq, deservedly finals MVP, dominant in that run. You know, Kobe led the team in scoring 10 times in that run.
He was incredible.
Shaq led him in scoring 8 times. So even though Shaq was the guy in the finals, Kobe was the guy all the way up until they got there. 2001, Kobe led the team in scoring 8 times. Shaq led the team in scoring 8 times. So in 2001, they were at a minimum equal, right? During that playoff run as players. Again, Shaq, because it goes against the Eastern Conference, Cook's in the finals. So the assumption is this is Shaq's team. Shaq's the better player. Shaq was the finals MVP. Going back to 2000, the first one, make no bones about it, that was the pinnacle Shaq. MVP, easily the best player in the year of the year. The most dominant season by the most dominant player I think we've seen from Shaq. You know, in the 2000 Western Conference Finals, Game 7, the one where they were down by 15, where Phil Jackson says on record, we might as well pack it in, guys. We're not winning this game. It's over. You know who led that comeback?
Who that?
It wasn't Shaq, it was Kobe. In that Game 7, decided Game 7, Kobe led the team in points, rebounds, assists, blocks. Had the highest plus minus on the team, or of the starters. That wasn't Shaq. That was Kobe. Hell, I can make a case that Shaq, not only are you not winning 3 championships with Tracy McGrady, you might not even win 1. You do not get by Portland if Kobe doesn't go supernova in Game 7. And now I'm going to bring feelings into it. Elijah, put the camera on me. Where's my camera? Is it right here? Is it right here? I'm going to go right here. Shaq, you don't want to make an enemy out of me.
what you said, I just pointed out, was factually inaccurate. But to make it worse, in an effort to build up your own mythology, in an effort to remind the younger generation just how good you were, you disrespected the best player you ever played with. You disrespected the man who you spoke at his funeral because you wanted to make yourself feel better. You should be ashamed of yourself, Shaq. Don't ever bring that nonsense in here again. I can't believe they did that.
I can't believe you did that. That's why I wouldn't look at you. I was like, I can't look at him. I'm let him cook.
I think that Rob G went a little bit, and I think he wasn't really all the way serious at the end, but I thought that he, hold on, guys.
What you think?
I felt as though Rob G, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. I felt that Rob G, I just think that I think he went a little
You don't
too
know
far.
what you think.
I do. I got a little distracted because I thought that my sound pipe was still playing,
You
but
don't know what you think. But
no,
let me say this to you.
Seriously though, I do think that Rob G went a little too hard on Shaq, and I believe that the whole thing with Kobe and him is not a thing. I don't think he's trying to slander Shaq. I do agree with Rob G that it's not a mythology, but it's almost like a he just wants to keep his legacy alive.
Let's talk about this real quick. Think about this. Tim Duncan, they'll put him past Kobe, but he never won back-to-back. And he had a more stable situation for damn near his whole career.
That is
Tony
true.
Parker, Manu Ginobili, for damn near his whole career. And all they did was shuffle in and out other big-time role players during that time. Horry, Jackson, Elliott, the list goes on. Robinson at the beginning, blase, blase, blah. You see what I'm saying? He never won back-to-back. Nobody ever holds that against him. Kobe Bryant got with Shaq won a three-peat. Now, do anybody think that a prime Kobe Bryant with Tim Duncan ain't winning 3 straight? Tim Duncan won 5 world championships, none of them went back-to-back. He plays with a prime Kobe Bryant. He walks out of here with around 8 championships.
And you see the comments.
Hold on. But nobody can argue that. That's the difference right there. Nobody can argue that. Think about this again. As great as Tim Duncan was, he never won back-to-back. And everybody, they world-renowned him as probably the greatest power forward to ever play. He never won back-to-back. Now, do you think if Tim Duncan played with Kobe Bryant, that he never goes back-to-back?
No, I think
they probably got 2 3-peats. They probably got 2 3-peats. Now, why do we say that? Because Tim Duncan had the discipline in his prime that Shaq didn't.
And he just got to work.
Come on now. So now let's look at it now. We have to look at things like this. So when they try to elevate Tim Duncan over Kobe, Tim Duncan had a more stable situation his entire time. Same coach, same core players for the most part, and they always rolled in great role players. And he couldn't win back-to-back once. Now, how is that dominance? Now, he got 5 world championships. How many years did Tim Duncan play? 14, 15 years, 16 years?
I thought he played 20 years, no?
I don't know. Maybe 15, 16 years. 5 world championships. All never back-to-back. When you talk about dominance, you win in back-to-back, 3-piece, things like that. So Kobe Bryant and Shaq, this is go to show people how hard it is, because he had 2 Hall of Famers with him, Ginobili and Parker, for a majority of that run. And you had David Robinson. Never won back-to-back ever. Think about what I just said. Never won back-to-back. But we elevate him in the top 10. He never won back-to-back with all the talent. And everybody says that Greg Popovich is one of the greatest coaches that ever coached basketball. You never hear them hold it against Tim Duncan. But they'll hold Phil Jackson against Kobe. They'll hold Phil Jackson against Mike. And Phil Jackson was a rookie NBA coach when he came in and took over with Mike. Right? Let's keep it 100. Let's keep it 100. So once again, these are all facts I'm giving people. So if you put a guy like Kobe Bryant with a prime Tim Duncan, they racking up 6, 7, 8 championships. He got 5 without Kobe. You put Tim Duncan with Kobe, Now you take away all the non-discipline that Shaq had, right? You bring in the stability together. One of the most dominant big men, dominant guards. Now there's no way we ain't talking about potential multiple three-peats with Tim Duncan and Kobe Bryant playing together. But with Shaq and Tracy McGrady, that's a big question, because what did T-Mac not do? T-Mac wasn't a great defender.
First round.
T-Mac didn't have the intangibles Kobe had. But guess what? Tim Duncan had the intangibles Shaq had. Tim Duncan was a great defender. Tim Duncan was a great offensive player. Tim Duncan was an underrated passer. And they had great coaching over there with Pop. Straight up. And remember, not only that, they also got Kawhi over there too, with one of those championships.
Right. The claw.
So think about all the aspects that he had roll in to help him get those 5 world championships. Think about what I just said. Now you put Kobe with Tim Duncan. Nobody wants to have that conversation. Tim got 5 without Kobe. With Kobe, he gets 8.
Imagine Kobe Bryant turning Duncan into a dominant player.
No. But he's already you don't have to do that. He's already dominant.
What I mean is dominant in winning titles. So they would have won consistently. They would have gotten those 4 rings probably. If you take Shaq out and you put Tim Duncan in, would they have gotten that 4-peat?
Right, but and here's why we understand this. Look at the reasons why the Spurs didn't win back-to-back. Intangibles.
And Kobe Bryant.
I'm just saying the intangibles. Those small intangibles caused them to lose the year they lost to Miami in the finals, down the stretch. The intangibles. The inability to close game situations down the stretch. That killed them. You have to think, nobody ever holds Tim Duncan accountable and says, hey, man, you're so great, bro. You never won. Imagine if Kobe would have never won back-to-back.
They didn't even hold him accountable for that loss.
Come on,
LeBron
man.
shoots multiple bricks at the end, and they still won that game. They had the game, and they couldn't close.
Come on. But so we do this, and then you hear guys like, shook down Shannon Sharp, because he got shook down Shannon Sharp. When you hear guys like that, right? When he talking that trash about Kobe, about who we gonna take out to put in the top 10. Well, when you said that it was only God, Kobe, and Jordan, all them other guys, except for like 2 of them that you had in your top 10, was already retired or dead. They didn't even take a dribble after that. So how did they pass Kobe Bryant if they did nothing after that statement you made?
Exactly. But look at where like the trend of the players, how they're talking about each other. Look at this trend. When you think about, do you remember a couple years ago, T-Mac was actually, I think he was on ESPN with Scottie Pippen, and he says this. It's very short, but look at what he says. And he's with Scottie Pippen, and this is how they're addressing.
Oh, hold on 1 second before you play that. Yes, we are coming for Tim Duncan, because they rank him over Kobe Bryant too. And when you do that, you have to look at certain intangibles too. The fact that people don't want to hold Tim Duncan accountable is because they like Tim Duncan. He was a cool dude. He didn't bother nobody. This and the third. That has nothing to do with the fact that he couldn't win back-to-back. And to the person in the comment section that's crying about Kawhi, Kawhi won the Finals MVP that year. We're not going to. Kawhi won the year they won the championship. Kawhi Leonard won the Finals MVP. We ain't gonna talk about he was just chopped liver. He won the Finals MVP that year. They don't get Kawhi that year. They don't win that championship. So let's not tell no lies. Let's tell the truth about this situation, right? When we talk, and I'm not saying Tim Duncan ain't great. I believe he is one of the greatest ever. I'm just saying it's funny how nobody ever analyzed that when they talking about all-time greatness. They never analyzed the fact that they say Tim Duncan was so dominant that with a stable team, one of the greatest coaches to ever coach, the whole time coaching, not no in-between, not no Mike Brown, Rudy Tomjanovich, not none of that shit. Fred Hamlin for a couple games, Mike D'Antoni, none of that. You got Greg Popovich the whole time. Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili. You had David Robinson at the beginning. You get Kawhi Leonard coming in. Stack 5 playing a little bit. The bondsman, Robert Horry coming in, bailing you all out of kind of situations. The same way he did against the Detroit Pistons in the finals. Hit that 3 to send them home to where the Pistons couldn't win back-to-back. Right? So we have to remember this too. And to not win back-to-back, when Kobe did it with Pau Gasol. Think about what I just said now.
And
Kobe
you have
Bryant.
a really solid point, though, Ticket, because when you think about it, not Dwayne Wade, but Tim Duncan is just like Jokic. He's today's Jokic. Because people don't like LeBron James so much, they're willing to completely ignore Nikola Jokic and maybe his failures in the postseason, the fact that he hasn't repeated with the core team that he won with a title with. So they do this all the time. They want to make excuses, and they just because they might like a person, they're not as annoying as a LeBron James.
I'm saying, what you think though? Because they saying like they easily. So what you said, Shaq said he could have won 3 with
T-Mac.
T-Mac, right? So how many you think that Kobe win with Tim?
I think that he could I think he would have three-peated twice. I think that they win that 4. The 4,
they don't lose the Miami one.
That's what I'm saying. They definitely don't lose that one. They don't lose the Miami. So you're saying if Kobe was on the Spurs, so if Kobe's on the Spurs, forget about it, because you got to think the structure of that team and Tim Duncan, all those players, the depth that they had on that team, they easily win 8 titles. Now,
Let's just take off. We can take off Ginobili and Parker. We can have Kobe, Duncan, and all the other role players that was there that came in and out. Ori, all those other guys that came in and out. They still winning.
They're still winning because
at least 6
to do with Shaq. What he was able to do with Shaq, I think, is more important than what Shaq was able to do with him.
Now, let me ask you this question. Do Shaq win 5 championships with Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili? Nope. Nope. You know how I know? He couldn't even get a 60-win team to win a championship. He couldn't even win it. He couldn't even win when he had Penny Hardaway and all those guys. Nick Van Exel, not Nick Van Exel, Nick Anderson and all those guys in Orlando. Horace Grant, all those guys. So if you gave Shaq, Tony Parker, and Manu Ginobili, he ain't win no 5 world championships.
And we know that Shaq didn't put in the work.
No, well, I ain't gonna say he didn't put in the work. He did. He was just.
What I mean,
you gotta understand. He just later on in his career. Like, let me say this to you.
I just don't see him playing with a team with teammates like a Tim Duncan or Manu Ginobili. Like those guys, they were different. They all cared about the core of the team, and I just don't know that Shaq. I don't think that he was the best teammate he could have been all the time. So
to do in the comments, we got a podcast show coming together already. That's why I was hitting her up anyway. She already know. So you might as well get used to this. you might as well get used to this. See, this is what y'all didn't. This is what they don't know. You know what I'm saying? They don't know this. That's the real reason. I didn't even know you was live. I had just got back in the crib and I said, "Yo, let me hit her up to get this finished up." This is what they don't know. We've been on this for a minute. When we hit them, they're gonna get hit hard. They don't understand.
They don't know, Ticket.
They don't know, baby. They don't know. They just, this is what happens when they talking. You know what I'm saying? They don't even know when they seeing greatness amongst them. They don't even know.
YouTube streets, guys. Okay, the YouTube streets are gonna need a body for real.
But listen, what you said. Think about that though. Would Shaq have won? They say all this, right? Would Shaq have won 5 championships with Tim Duncan? With Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili?
No, those intangibles, like you said, you can't just basketball is not plug and play as much as people want to think that it is. You can't just take skill set for skill set and plug it into a team. The only time I've actually ever seen that is Kevin Durant to the Warriors. That's the only time I've seen that in my life. And I know that like certain role players have made impacts wherever they go, like a Robert Horry or, a Derek Fisher, guys like that. But when it comes to superstars, we don't see them plug in and plug out as easily. And it's because of the star ball. It's because of the style of play, right? But when you take a look, the only time I've seen Kevin Durant just go hop on the Warriors, win a title the same year. Oh, I'm sorry, twice I saw that. Kawhi Leonard to Toronto.
But what did you hold on? Hold on. So think about this, right? We go back in NBA history and we think, okay, we look at Steph Curry before he got KD. They lost the championship to LeBron James. They got walked down and lost, right?
Thanks.
They didn't say, hey, look, man, we know we could have beat them dudes. We got shafted. We just going to come right back and beat them again. No, what they did, they went and got KD. Now, think about this. All these people discount Kobe Bryant for having Shaq. This man went and got KD in his prime. And KD came over there and got 2 finals MVPs on his watch. And remember this now, they moved the goalpost and said KD couldn't win MVP of the regular season because he played on a super team. They even wanted to vote KD for MVP, but didn't because they said KD played on a super team, but gave LeBron James MVPs down there with Miami. 2 of them. Now think about what I just said. They don't hold that against Curry, though, when they say, hey, yeah, we're going to put Curry in the top 10. They don't hold it against him that Kevin Durant came over there and won 2 finals MVPs. What did they say? Oh, well, Curry was just as good. But they don't say that about Kobe Bryant with Shaq. This is the hate. This is how you know the hate is real.
They move the goalposts, you know.
Come on now.
No, seriously, they keep moving the goalposts, and it's sad. But you know, I want to play this sound, and you tell me what you think.
Done for the game, done for our league, done for all the kids out here in terms of basketball. Michael Jordan is the greatest player to ever put on shoes and play in our game. No doubt about it. I'm always asked about questions to compare him to LeBron. I try to make the best of it. I'm trying to make the best of it, but really the comparison shouldn't ever be made. They both play 2 different positions. The way LeBron James play, Michael Jordan was never asked to play that way because I took that away from him. I was the point forward. I was the facilitator. Michael Jordan is a scorer. He was a defender. He played the game as complete as LeBron James did when he needed to, but he was asked to score the basketball, and that's what he was great at. And there's no game that I would ever play in and pick LeBron James over Michael Jordan.
No game.
No game.
So now you're just being
not if I'm
firm
trying to win. Not if I'm trying to win. I mean, I'm not going to give up my teammate who I won 6 championships with and go and start fishing in a pond thinking I'm going to catch a bigger and better fish.
I didn't mean to laugh while you were talking, but T-Mac had his Kermit the Frog behind you.
Hey, man, I'm just here for Scotty, man. I'm just here for Scotty.
I want to hear what T-Mac has.
No, I mean, I disagree with Zeke. I think Jordan is the greatest of all time in my book. You know?
What makes him better as a basketball?
Now, I just played that for you guys because that's the response that I thought that Shaq should have had. He should have answered like that. Like, hey, you know, there's no teammate that could replace Kobe Bryant. T-Mac was a bad guy. He was great. You know, I think that he could have won titles if his situation he could have said whatever he wanted to say. I just think that there was a much better way of going about it. And I don't think there's anybody that he could have swapped Kobe Bryant out for that kind of success. Winning a title is not something that you can just throw together and put any collection of players with. It's not a plug and play. It's about chemistry. It's about all different sorts of things, intangibles, what you're doing at the end, you know, end of game. How do you handle those situations? You know, and we saw the Spurs crumble against Miami, both of those teams were crumbling down the stretch, and the Spurs should have been able to, with the experience that they had, they should have been able to win that game, but they didn't. And then they went on to also lose game 7. And so you can't just swap players out. And, you know, Scottie Pippen, the way that he always answered in the past about Michael Jordan, hey, he's the best player. I would never give up my teammate. When I want to win, that's a person that I won with, etc. That I just feel like Shaq should have had a little bit more respect for those titles that he won with Kobe instead of getting into a fantasy land. That's all. What do you think, Ticket?
Yeah, you crazy. Yeah, you stop playing with me too. Hey, look.
I'm just saying, you know, like you can't just come out and say anything. And that's what a lot of these guys do. And then they get mad. It's like they throw the rock and they hide their hand and they want to say, oh, no, don't come get me.
Well, I don't think, listen, I think we got to look at it like, I don't think he want to downplay another person's ability. You know what I'm saying? Capability. I don't think he want to be like, nah. Because he might be cool with T-Mac. So he don't want to downplay. If he really respect T-Mac game like that, he don't want to downplay T-Mac and say, nah, he couldn't have did that, this, and the third. You know, I think people be taking that a little bit too, you know, a little bit too serious sometimes. You know, Shaq know what time it is with Kobe. He knows what
times it is, but he does
without
flip-flop
Kobe.
a little bit.
Yeah,
He
he know.
flip-flops a lot, you know. And
I don't think. Hold on, but I don't think so. Here's the reason why. Okay, let me say this. Let me say this to you. All right. How I'm gonna give you an analogy. Okay. So if I got this other woman and she cool, but she always be complaining, like she don't want to, like, you know what I'm saying, cook a meal and just do little things that just, you know, show love. But then I got Sports T. She always doing all that extra stuff. Now, again, I don't hate this other girl. I care about her. Like, I know she got the ability. She's like, she got like an attitude problem or something like that. So I'm not going to talk down on her. I know she probably got the capability to step her game up. But I know that your game is on that level. So what am I going to do? Okay. I'm going to, first of all, and I see people out here acting like, oh yeah, it ain't like that. Ain't like, no. First of all, you like that. Yes, we would have won these championships together. You need to put some respect on her name. But I'm not going to also then let somebody else say this other person couldn't do that. So Shaq, I don't think he dissing Kobe to say, hey, look, I think this other person. He might have really thought that T-Mac could have took it to that level. Because listen, if you go and look at Kobe Bryant's interview with T-Mac, they did an interview together. Listen to how Kobe talk about T-Mac.
Yeah. No,
Kobe thought T-Mac was on that level.
He did. He did.
So if you go, people don't talk about that though. If you pull up that interview, I forget who they was interviewing with, some lady. I forget who it was. This is before Kobe died. It's Kobe and T-Mac. I think it was on ESPN, right? Go look at the interview. Look how Kobe was talking about T-Mac.
And there were a lot of narratives that that T-Mac might be better than Kobe Bryant. That was a real thing. Gilbert Arenas wasn't making that up back then. I remember they were sort of neck and neck competition. They were being talked about.
I don't think it was like it was better. I think it was he was on hit. They thought he was on that level.
They were being talked about in the same.
Yeah. No. I'm saying I don't think that people was outright saying, yeah, T-Mac better than Kobe. No, I think they were saying, no, he on Kobe level. And I never thought that. I thought that they was both great. I just thought Kobe was on just a little different level than all them dudes. Than him, T-Mac, AI, Vince, all those guys. I thought Kobe was just on a different level. But all I'm saying is that when you think about what Shaq said, it's like, Shaq, I see it in you. But sometimes you got to understand one thing. Is who you with that's going to bring that greatness out of you. Think about what I just said to you. So sometimes if you with this person, you might be great, but the whole world might not see it because that's not bringing that greatness out of you. But if you with this person, then you see it. Perfect example. What's the old boy that went from Orlando to the Denver Nuggets and helped them win a championship? Aaron Gordon.
Yeah.
Nobody seen him being able to step up and do that when he was in Orlando. Nobody thought he was like a winning player or that, you know what I'm saying? But when he goes to Denver, now look how everybody looks at him now. They look at him differently now. See what I'm saying? He's in a different environment, different setting. He's able to display. You know, you feel what I'm saying?
No, I do.
So that's why I think Shaq think, yo, if he was with me, with his ability, yo, we could have ran it up too. I don't think he want to disrespect T-Mac because he know the level his game was on. See what I'm saying? I think,
and the way
you're
saying that, the way you're saying it, I think that makes perfect sense. I can concede on that. It's just when he made that one comment that I'm like, oh, that just wasn't really that.
But say it. Say what makes you feel that way.
He said, you don't think T-Mac could have won 3 with me? With me? You don't think so and so? And then he went down a list of like, oh, you don't think that, and I just think it's not, he won titles. It's not that simple. That's all that I'm saying. So even though he might really believe that in their ability and their capability, I just think that winning titles is a really hard thing to do.
But if you would have asked Kobe the same thing, he'd have told you the same thing. If you would have said Kobe, what you would have did with Tim? We already asked Kobe what he thought. Ask Kobe if he thought he would have won a 3-peat with Kevin Garnett. See what he would have told you.
You're right. Look, you're right, and I'm gonna roll with you on this. I'm gonna concede the ticket.
Tim Duncan, Kevin Garnett, the list goes on. All those, but he won 2 with Powell. So him winning 2 with Powell show you that what Kobe, you know what his mindset would have been on. You would have gave him a prime Kevin Garnett, a prime Tim Duncan, a prime Chris Webber.
Yeah.
All these players who he was battling at, and they was in their prime, stuff like that. You would have gave those guys to Kobe. Hell yeah, he winning. So he gonna say it too. He gonna say, yeah, I could have. He's not gonna fit. Right. So
I can roll with that because when you put it in reverse, all those people that you just named, Kobe's winning with them. That's what we think, right? So why can't Shaq say that? I can get jiggy with that.
And remember, that almost happened before Boston and KG. That almost happened with KG in LA. And if KG goes to LA, Kobe wins 3 more.
That's a huge fact. I mean, but it does. So
because hold on, stop right there. They won the. Remember when Kobe went to Boston? Boston won that first year in the finals, the Big 3. Remember he went to Boston. They made the Big 3. If he would have went with Kobe, Kobe would have won that year because that was Kobe in the finals. Remember that. Then the next 2 years, Kobe won the next 2, right? With Pau Gasol, right?
Yeah.
They beat Orlando, and then they came back and beat Boston again in 7. He'd have won 3 with him.
No, now I think you're right about that, but I do think that Dwayne Wade came out, okay, a couple days later, or actually Dwayne he's got his own podcast. I think it's called, what is it? Time Out with Dwayne Wade. And like a month ago, he had some Kobe comments that they kind of picked up. They kind of had some legs. And recently he came out and was complaining about that Bleacher Report top 100 list and about him not being in the top 10. And here's what he had to say. It's very short, but I'll play it for you guys.
If you want to ask us hoopers who played against Kobe, we talking, all of us don't talk top 3. Facts. Like we all gonna talk top 3 if you played against Mamba. But from someone's opinion that's never played against Kobe, have never played a game of basketball at the level that we played at, having him at 11, okay. Why am I up in arms about something like that? I remember when Kobe was alive, they had rankings when he played in the league and they had him low. I remember one year and Kobe addressed it. Like, who is these idiots? Like, why would I listen to these idiots? And I'm not calling the person who did this an idiot, but what I'm saying is when someone does something like that, Kobe was like, this is idiotic to me.
I gotta go. Hold on. I gotta go. After I say this, I gotta go. I'm gonna hit you up. I'm gonna tell you why.
Okay.
Yeah. When you played that clip, did I not see what I thought I saw?
Nail polish. Is that what you're complaining about? The nail polish ticket?
Yo, this is the type of stuff we gonna finna be talking about when we get our podcast going. Come finna hit her up after this show's over, y'all. We're gonna because we gotta finish some stuff up. This type of stuff, we're addressing that. We're addressing that. That's crazy. This man had on baby blue fingernail polish. Yo, I'm gonna holler at you. Hey, you already know I got love for you. Hey, man, listen. Everything he just said, I can't even think about nothing he just said. When I seen him raise his hand, man, got on blue fingernail polish. This is what I don't even want to say it right now. We'll say it when we get to the look. Love you. You already know what it is. I enjoy the show from the comments. I ain't even know you was on live, but now I know you on. I'm gonna finish watching from the comments. All right, y'all know what it is. Salute.
Alrighty. See you soon.
All right.
Guys, so Dwayne Wade, he comes out with that video, that short clip saying that Kobe should be top 3, right? But he never says anything about him being like, is he top 3? But is he number 1, 2, or 3? What's his place? I thought that was interesting, right? I mean, then you have, yeah, I mean, you guys saw the nail polish. Okay, so he's saying all of this with the blue nail polish on. I don't have too much of a problem with that. My problem is this. Okay, so it's not even that he says top 3 about Kobe, and he doesn't say if he's 2 or 3. You guys noticed that, right? My problem is this video that he did a month ago. Okay, he did a month ago. He said about a month ago that Paul Gasol was really the finals MVP. And I want you guys to hear this, okay? He was saying that Kobe didn't
A lot of people don't know that in that finals, that last finals that they won, Kobe didn't play well. Kobe didn't shoot the ball well. Actually, everybody thought Paul Gasol should have been MVP. That's how well Paul was playing, and Kobe was playing awful. But you never could tell when you turned the TV on that he was struggling, because his leadership is always there. His intensity is always, that fire is always there. So because he's 8 for 24 from the field or something like that, you could never tell with a player like Kobe.
Wow. You can never tell with a player like Kobe. He played awful in that series. I mean, Kobe Bryant. So that series, it was more so, to me, it was hugely about defense. And you guys know the saying, defense wins games, rebounds wins championships. Kobe Bryant had double digits in rebounds, I think, in the series. He did the work to win that series. And being a finals MVP, being the star, being the captain, being the number one, being the leader of your team means that you're going to do what it takes to win. That's what being a winner is about. And that's what Kobe Bryant did in that series. So I disagree with D Wade that he didn't deserve the finals MVP. What I think, and look, as you guys can see, I'm tying it together that all these players are coming out saying something about Kobe, but in the end, they're self-serving. In the end, they're saying something that serves their own legacy. And that's what I'm trying. That's the point that I want to impress upon you guys is, no, I don't think that Shaq had a bad intention and that he was hating on Kobe, but I do think that he didn't care what the fallout was of his comments by saying, hey, you can plug in T-Mac and I'm still going to win because of me. So to me, that's where he's elevating himself. I don't think he was denigrating Kobe Bryant, but I do think that it is disrespectful to the 3 rings that they won together. You can't just swap him out for anybody. But similar to Dwayne Wade. I mean, Dwayne Wade, he had a rivalry with Kobe Bryant. That's what people forget about that. People forget because Dwayne Wade's career is almost like forgotten about. But it's just kind of like after everything that Dwayne Wade has seen, the Bleacher Report article, he knows about Kobe Bryant being named Player of the Decade by Bleacher Report in 2018. 2018, he was named Player of the Decade. All of these people were around for this. It wasn't like Dwayne Wade didn't know about that. He knew about that. So, after knowing all of this, you can say that Kobe's top 3 doesn't say top 1, 2, or 3, just top 3. So he's basically saying that, he's after LeBron without saying that he's after LeBron. He doesn't want to say those words either, but he doesn't want the wrath of the media, right? And so the problem that I have when we, fast forward to that next video that was that clip was taken about a month ago. Okay. And he's got this rivalry with Kobe Bryant back when they were in the league, and former players or even current NBA players who are creating content, giving their opinions. It's not just about going viral. It's not just about padding LeBron's legacy either. A player like Dwayne Wade, he's got pride in his era. His legacy, he's got pride in that too. And he wants to be remembered as well. Look at what he said about Kobe. For me, I'm not even seeing a clear difference between him, T-Mac, or Shaq in these recent comments that they've all made. To me, Dwayne Wade's got actual skin in the game, not just money on the line or loyalty to LeBron James, because I don't think they're friends anymore. I think that Dwayne Wade has 3 titles, 2 of which he took a step back for so that LeBron could shine. And Dwayne Wade only earned 1 finals MVP if they won. And could you imagine if LeBron James in the Miami Heat, if they won in 2011, he would have won a 2nd finals MVP. Dwayne Wade would have won that finals MVP if they won the title in 2011. Or if he didn't win, people could have argued that he was the guy, the captain, the leader, the top performer, etc. Even if they did give it to LeBron, that's what they could have argued. Kobe Bryant, he had a similar situation to Dwayne Wade, not the same, but similar in the fact that he was Shaq's number 2 before he took over the team and went on to win 2 titles. He won Finals MVP for both of those 2 titles. But, you know, Dwayne Wade wants to sit here and say that, oh, Paul Gasol should have won. I just don't remember people saying that. I don't. Please, if you know, help me, guys. If you remember this, help me remember if there was a narrative around that, because I just don't remember it. But, you know, Dwayne Wade, in my opinion, what he's trying to do is he's trying to place himself in the greatest shooting guard conversation alongside Michael Jordan and Kobe, so that if he equates himself to Kobe in NBA awards and similar situations they might have played in, he gets to plant a seed for himself. He gets he is basically engaging in self-serving ways. So he's exploiting the Kobe slander and using it as an opportunity to elevate himself. He's done exactly what LeBron James and the Bleacher Report have done. He's done exactly what T-Mac has done, but in a subtle way. And why not? Why not do that? Everybody's doing it. LeBron's done it. Everyone else is trying to elevate their legacy, or at least make sure, at the very least, their voice is heard and their legend is not forgotten. And like I said before, these guys, I'm sorry, not Kobe, but T-Mac, Dwayne Wade, they left something on the table in their careers, and they want to point the finger outward instead of looking at themselves. But I'm here to say this. Dwayne Wade should have never teamed up with LeBron James. That didn't serve him. Although he won an additional 2 rings, he sacrificed, and he doesn't get any real credit for that. He's one of the greatest players I've ever seen, but he still doesn't get any credit for those 2 rings that he won with LeBron James. LeBron James gets all the glory. He gets all the praise. Content creators such as myself, Mel, our team at Man Down Sports, Dreamers Pro, Ticket TV, who you guys just saw, and shout out to Ticket TV. Salute to you. Thank you so much for joining. It's always a pleasure, and I cannot wait for us to start making content together. It's going to be amazing. But also we have Sports and Fitness Rants, Angry Old Hoops, Uncommon Sense. We love to tell the truth. And, you know, there's another content creator. His name is Paul, and he's from the Basketball Show. He did a surgical expose of the Bleacher Report and their connection to LeBron James and his media company. So, I want to shout out Paul. Shout out to Paul and the Basketball Show. He's a real one, and I absolutely love his channel. What I want you guys to see is, I want you guys to see a portion of what he had to say, and we're going to watch it together and we're going to react. But it was really good. And I mean, he was absolutely surgical with it. I thought he did a fantastic job. Yeah, Paul from the Basketball Show is really great. One moment.
They had just finished honoring Kobe Bryant's final season. His jerseys were hanging in the rafters, 2 of them, no less. LeBron wasn't coming in as the savior. He was entering someone else's kingdom. And even after winning a championship in 2020 inside the bubble, there's always been a tension, a sense that LeBron's legacy as a Laker doesn't even come close to Kobe Bryant's in the hearts of many fans. So what better way to shift that balance than by slowly devaluing Kobe's legacy in the media? And that's where Bleacher Report comes in. There is an actual, logical business connection between LeBron James, Rich Paul, and Bleacher Report. Now let's walk through the connections step by step, and I'm going to show you a diagram for that. Bleacher Report is a popular sports website that covers the NBA nonstop. Bleacher Report is owned by TNT Sports, which is part of Warner Brothers Discovery. In 2015, Warner Brothers and Turner Sports invested over $15 million in a company started by LeBron James called Uninterrupted, a media platform for athletes to tell their own stories. Like, they couldn't go online and tell their own stories, but whatever. Uninterrupted was actually launched on Bleacher Report's platform. Imagine that. Meaning Bleacher Report helped LeBron build his brand and get his audience. Later, LeBron and his business partner, Maverick Carter, combined Uninterrupted with other projects that they had to create a company called Spring Hill Company. In 2025, Spring Hill Company merged with Fulwell 73, a United Kingdom-based production company, forming Fulwell Entertainment, a massive media content studio. But it all started with Warner Brothers and Bleacher Report giving LeBron a platform and investment money. Now, at the same time, Clutch Sports, the agency representing LeBron and many of his close NBA allies, has gained massive power in the league with strong media relationships and client control. In short, LeBron James is financially, professionally, and strategically linked to Bleacher Report's parent company, which brings us to the obvious conflict of interest. Let's imagine you're Bleacher Report. You're part of a company that helped launch LeBron's media empire. That company has a stake in LeBron's companies and benefits if LeBron and his companies benefit. You still benefit from a working relationship with him and his legacy. You want access to his content, his shows, his interviews, his brand. Are you really going to say something that could damage his image? Would you go out of your way to portray someone like Kobe Bryant, his predecessor in the Lakers' legacy, as more beloved, more impactful, or more legendary? Not likely, because you're losing money that way, especially when so many casual fans get their basketball history from articles, posts, and rankings like the ones Bleacher Report published. Now, in other words, if Kobe's legacy shrinks in the media, LeBron shines a little brighter by comparison. Now, this isn't about who's better, Kobe or LeBron. That's nothing to do with it. This is about media positioning, brand elevation, and narrative control. LeBron wants to be seen as a top Laker of all time, but many LA fans still see Kobe as the true icon of the 21st century Lakers. Kobe stayed for 20 years, won 5 titles, was drafted and retired a Laker, was beloved even when he shot poorly or lost games. Now, LeBron, on the other hand, was a late arrival. He's a businessman, a strategist, and a master of brand management and narrative manipulation. If you can't erase Kobe's history, what's the next best thing? You downplay it. You reframe it. You say he was great, but not quite top 10 great. And maybe, just maybe, your media partners like Bleacher Report help push that message forward, subtly, consistently, and persuasively.
I love Paul. I think that he absolutely cooked. Okay, he completely cooked on this. I love his point that LeBron will never be viewed as the greatest Laker, even with the Bleacher Report's help. It's just not going to happen. What I'd like to add to this, though, because I think that Paul did a great job, but I'd like to add to Paul's take because I agree with everything that he said, but I would just like to add that tearing down Kobe, what that does for LeBron, it solidifies his position next to Jordan. He's supposed to be the next best thing to Jordan in his eyes. Even though our eyes tell us otherwise. Our eyes tell us otherwise, that he's not the next best thing to Jordan. And LeBron James is absolutely obsessed with being called the GOAT, so much so that tearing down Kobe Bryant wasn't enough. He forced the Bleacher Report to basically retract their top 100 list and name him the GOAT. This way, there is like a major platform saying it, and maybe in 20 years, somebody will believe it. Okay, so I want to show you guys this article because I thought it was absolutely crazy. Where is it? I know I have it somewhere. This must be it. 1 second. Yep, it's going to be this one. So the Bleacher Report came out with this awful article. Okay. So obviously they put out their top 100 list, right? And we thought that it was a complete joke. They put out this top 100 list that leaves Kobe off of the top 10, has Steph Curry in it, which is absolutely crazy. But that's what they had, guys. Okay. And so I'm going to share this article with you guys. I'll blow it up a little bit more so you guys can see it. There you see LeBron James all up in Michael Jordan's face looking like a goddamn fan. He's fanned out at the top 75 event, yet talking about he's the GOAT, out here fanned out. Okay, so anyway, I just want you guys to take a look at the date. It says July 13th. So obviously that top 100 list came out, and all of a sudden everybody's up in arms about Kobe Bryant not being included in the top 10. So this surely had to make LeBron James, Clutch Sports, Rich Paul really angry, right? Because people were out there saying, oh no, Kobe Bryant is actually right next to Michael Jordan. He's next to Michael Jordan. And now, just 4 days later, they come out with another article saying the ultimate GOAT case for LeBron James over Michael Jordan. Bleacher Report has lost all of their credibility, guys. Like, let's just keep it for real. Like, how could they possibly be a credible news outlet? How could they possibly be credible in sports media in one breath, literally ranking Michael Jordan the GOAT? And now, days later, they have a case for LeBron James over Michael Jordan. And they printed this ridiculous article from a LeBron James jockstrap sniffing journalist. Religion, politics, and the NBA GOAT debate. Odds are you've had more mature, rational conversations with friends and loved ones about the first two topics rather than the third. The debate between Michael Jordan and LeBron James certainly isn't new, but we did reignite it yesterday with our top 100 players of all time ranking, where Bleacher Report voters gave Jordan the slightest of edges over LeBron, literally one vote. We keep having the GOAT debate because the saga keeps evolving with every year that James tacks on to his now NBA record-long career. Mind you, so guys, they come out and they specifically make a point to let us know that there was only one vote from Bleacher Report that edged Jordan over LeBron, when nobody in the world thinks LeBron James is the GOAT. No credible outlet has been willing to report that. Only Bleacher Report, the same outlet that has a partnership with LeBron James, that is invested in his media company, that's literally funded some of his ventures, that created Uninterrupted in partnership with LeBron James. So we keep having the GOAT debate because the saga keeps evolving every year that James tacks on to his now NBA record-long career. Your opinion on this debate has likely remained consistent for the past decade. If you've been a Jordan guy, you've stayed a Jordan guy. Look at the finals record. LeBron flops too much. If you're a LeBron guy, you've stayed a LeBron guy. Jordan retired 3 times. James is the better all-around player. The better all-around player that can't shoot free throws and can't defend. Got it. Obviously, compelling arguments can be made for both. With another All-Star and All-NBA season under his belt, James's longevity and production has only widened the gap between himself and Jordan. With new evidence, here's why James has cemented himself as the greatest of all time. Where Jordan tops LeBron, one of 6 things. Blah, 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 blah. Raw numbers and all-around impact. Career stats and rankings. An honest NBA Finals discussion. Now we have to have an honest Finals NBA discussion. I mean, let's just go, like, seriously. So these are the ways that LeBron James has basically succeeded Michael Jordan. This is the way that he surpassed him. I just think it's absolutely crazy. It would be ignorant to say that LeBron James and Michael Jordan aren't close in legacies. I don't see how that's true. They are literally separated by maybe another 2 Hall of Fame careers. Jordan led the NBA in scoring for 7 straight seasons, and that's only because he took a break. Literally, if Michael Jordan never take a break, he owns the league in scoring for a decade. Part of the argument for James as the greatest player of all time is his ability to impact the game in all areas, primarily scoring, even though he never really dominated. 1 scoring title is just not better than 10. Can you guys do that math for me? How is 1 scoring title better than 10? How is the longest movie better than the best movie? Make it make sense. Come on. Typically, longevity hurts a player's career averages, a la Vince Carter, Kevin Garnett, or Dirk Nowitzki. Somehow, James has avoided this decline even at 40. Yeah, I mean, he's avoided it because he flops, he doesn't defend, literally plays about 50 to 60 games on average over the last 5 to 6 years. Jordan was the better scorer, but James is the superior all-around player. No, he is not. Hakeem Olajuwon said that Michael Jordan is the better overall superior player, literally in those words. Michael Jordan owns the NBA's highest scoring average at 30 points per game. They just really tried to compare. Right here, James is now nearly 10,000 points ahead of Jordan all time. For context, that's about the same difference as Jordan and Damian Lillard at 37th overall. Like, are you serious? So you're really trying to use longevity against Michael Jordan. That's what he's trying. That's what Bleacher Report tries to do. An honest NBA Finals discussion. Perhaps the greatest argument in Jordan's favor is the 6-0 record in the NBA Finals. No one is doubting the greatness of that, really, because it sounds like you are. It's an unbelievable accomplishment and may never be done again. However, James's Finals resume is incredible in its own way. Is it? Because Magic Johnson went to the Finals 9 straight times. 9 straight times. It's been done before. It's not all that incredible when you see something happen already. Winning 4 NBA titles and 10 conference championships, including 8 straight, is something the league hasn't witnessed since the Boston Celtics in the 1960s. Really? Because I'm pretty sure that Magic Johnson went to 9 finals in 12 years. With no disrespect to Bill Russell or those Celtics teams, only 6 teams made the playoffs up until 1967. That means Boston had to win only 1 round, 4 games to reach the finals, and 2 rounds, 8 games to secure a championship. No, what that means is that you didn't have all that many chances. So that made it harder. To me, it makes it a lot harder if I got to go up against Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain all the time. I don't want to be those guys. I don't want to have to play 82 games. So they had to play 82 games against each other. Wilt Chamberlain, Bill Russell had to play 82 times against each other. Mind you, we might not, I believe that there were a couple of seasons that we didn't see LeBron James play against Kevin Durant. There were multiple seasons. I don't think that LeBron James has played against Giannis for a long time. Because you might be able to duck the smoke on playing some of the best players in the league. There was nowhere to hide. There was nowhere for Bill Russell or Wilt Chamberlain to go. James is the only player in NBA history to lead 3 different teams to a title and win Finals MVP for 3 separate franchises. I mean, because he had to leave to win. It's harder to stay. It might be the hardest thing to stay on a team and figure out how to win than to leave and keep going to better situations and keep trading people mid-season. That's called manufacturing. That's called orchestration. That's called puppet mastery. As good as some of the teams that Jordan faced in the finals were, he never faced some of the same adversity that James went through. Oh, poor LeBron James. No roster around Jordan was as bad as the group that James single-handedly carried to the 2000 NBA Finals against Tim Duncan, Tony Parker, and Manu Ginobili. Okay, like 2007, he went to the finals 9 other times. What about the 9 other times? Nobody beats up LeBron for 2007. What we criticize him for is saying that his team was just ass when he had all-stars on that team. And they're NBA players, so we have to stop calling NBA players bad groups. That's ridiculous. They're professionals. Boobie Gibson showed up and showed out for LeBron, but all he gets is shitted on. He was the guy that dropped 30 in the game, not LeBron. He was the guy stepping up when LeBron couldn't score. James saw both Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love get knocked out due to injuries in 2015, yet he still dragged the Cavaliers to a 2-1 finals lead against the Golden State Warriors and MVP Stephen Curry. He still should have been able to win that series. I'm sorry. Yes, Jordan has more titles, although James has reached the finals 4 more times while suffering some bad injury luck to teammates in a Warriors dynasty that featured 4 future Hall of Famers and arguably 2 of the greatest players of all time. Context matters, making ring talk regarding these 2 far more complex than just looking at 6 versus 4. Yeah, we don't have to say just 6 versus 4. Look at the 2011 meltdown. Michael Jordan never melted down in the finals. He never became a shell of himself. That never happened to him. So they want to sit here and talk about the competition that Michael Jordan faced. What about the competition that LeBron faced? What about the gimmies that he could have had? He should have won in 2011. They should have won all 4 title runs with the Miami Heat. Career accolades. James and Jordan both filled their respective trophy cases throughout their career. The 2 combined for 9 MVP awards, 32 All-NBA selections, 35 All-Star Game selections, and each one Rookie of the Year. The breakdown of these awards may surprise you, however. Jordan's 5 regular season MVP awards narrowly tops James's 4, although both probably deserve far more. Here's a breakdown of some of the other career accolades. All-Star Games, James 21. All NBA teams, James 21, Jordan 11, Jordan 14. Okay. All NBA first teams, James 13, Jordan 10. And LeBron James has been playing for 23 years, and Michael Jordan played 15. So 15 seasons, 10 out of those 15, he was in all first NBA teams. LeBron James hasn't been on a first team. He's only done it 13 times out of 23 seasons. MVP awards, James has 4, Jordan has 5. 5 in 15 seasons, 4 in 23. MVP tops 5 finishes, James 14, Jordan 10. Again, Jordan played 15 seasons, James played 23. MVP top 10 finishes, James 18, Jordan 11. And just so you guys know, MVP top 5 finishes, MVP top 10 finishes, this is not an accolade. So take these 2 things right out. This is not an NBA accolade, FYI. This is just a made-up thing. James not only leads Jordan in all but one of these categories, but he has set the NBA record for All-Star and All-NBA teams, landing on both in every season since his rookie year in 2003. Longevity and final thoughts. So here's the final thoughts on this bullshit-ass article. No player in the history of professional sports has had the kind of pressure that was placed upon James's shoulders before turning pro. National TV games in high school before streaming services. Moving high school games to college arenas, the infamous cover of Sports Illustrated. James entered the NBA just months after Jordan took his final bow. The league was craving a new face, which was an entirely unfair expectation to place upon an 18-year-old straight out of high school. While Jordan had the advantage of preparing for the NBA with 3 years at the University of North Carolina, James was thrown into the fire immediately just months after his high school graduation. Despite this, he's risen above every single expectation. James has been so good at this for so long that he's gone from setting youngest to ever to now oldest to ever records. Pick any point total, and James was the youngest to reach it. Now, he's about to play in a record 23rd NBA season, passing a tie with Vince Carter at 22. In his 22nd season, Carter averaged 5 points, 2.1 rebounds, and 0.8 assists in 14.6 minutes off the bench. James just put up 24.4 points, 7.8 rebounds, 8.2 assists, and 34.9 minutes while finishing 6th in MVP voting. This isn't normal. James hasn't scored fewer than 10 points in any game in over 18 years, which is an NBA record. He's played at such a high level for so long that he's competed against 10 father and son combinations and became the first father to play with his son in a game last season. James came into the league in 2003, just a few years removed from the Clinton administration. New episodes of Friends were still being aired. Twitter and iPhones were still years away from being released. Players like Scottie Pippen, Karl Malone, Reggie Miller, and Charles Oakley were still in the NBA. Some are now in their 60s. We've never seen this kind of longevity and production from any athlete in any sport ever. We don't know how many more seasons James will play. Hopefully this is the goddamn last. The 25-26 campaign could be his last, although it would be due to his wanting to pursue other ventures and not because of a decline in skill. At age 20, James averaged 27.2 points. I can't. Guys, this is just, I mean, this article is just basically, they're crying for LeBron James. Oh, he had so much pressure. Oh, just nothing but a bunch of LeBron tears, a bunch of LeBron fan tears, really. And it's laughable. It's really laughable, guys. And I look, when we talk about this GOAT debate, right? I mean, the article makes you want to do one of two things, right? You're either going to throw up from all of the excuses and crying for a delusional LeBron fan writing this article, or you want to figure out what criteria is actually being used. Or is the goalpost just being moved based on the partnership that Bleacher Report has with LeBron James, Clutch Sports, and Spring Hill Media? They are trying to assert that LeBron is a second away from being called the GOAT. It's just a matter of time. They are setting the stage for this when it's not based in reality at all. Whether you have a violent reaction to this or not, it begs the question, what should the what should the GOAT criteria actually even be? Now, I do want to take you guys back to the same sit down that Shaq was having with the Morris twins, and they touched on the GOAT debate, and here's what they had to say.
That right there is the graphic that you're going to see on Playmaker. If he gets in, take me out.
Go in there and just rip my jersey off. So we always hear about the GOAT debates. We all play, and I know we're friends with some of these people. My take on it is, doesn't matter who you pick. I want to hear the right names. So somehow it's just LeBron and Jordan. But my argument is, shouldn't Kobe be in that conversation?
Without a question. Without a question.
Like,
without a question.
That's like me. I pick Mike. Play with Kobe, play with LeBron, both extraordinarily great, but Mike was that guy. To me, Mike is the greatest of all time. But I just hear people go straight from Mike to LeBron and no Kobe.
Yeah.
What's your take on that?
I think Magic should be in there somewhere too. Like I think Magic, if what happened didn't happen, I think he had a chance to be one of the greatest.
And what about Steph Curry?
Over Magic or just
no,
one of the greatest?
In the conversation.
One of the greatest?
Listen,
yeah, for sure.
There's 8 billion people in the world. Everybody's going to have their opinion, but I would like to hear the proper criteria.
Yeah, for sure.
Whoever you pick. So do you think Steph Curry should be there? I do.
I think he's one of the greatest that played the game. He changed the game. He was a part of changing the game.
Kareem's in the conversation.
Without a question.
Kareem?
Is Wilt in the conversation?
I don't think so.
Oh, interesting. Why?
You only had 2.
2 rings.
So rings are very important in this conversation.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Why not?
Think so. I mean, because it's like,
come on,
like
now.
a lot of players. No, not saying that he shouldn't, but just winning anyway is hard to do. So for somebody to win 2, you can't. I don't think it's just like, yeah, he ain't win enough. Like you won 2, that's enough. Some people can't win at all. You got a lot of greats that haven't won and their career is downplayed because they didn't win, but they were great basketball players. You know what I'm saying? So the criteria,
but we're talking the greatest of all time.
Yeah. So is that like a top 5 list, or is that just like the greatest?
Mine is Mike, LeBron, and Kobe.
Right.
Oh, so Steph's not in your conversation?
No, he's.
So we're talking about the 3 greatest of all time. Let's just put the number on it.
No, he's not in anybody's conversation. I'm saying, but should he be at it?
Right, but hold on. You always ask that question, but now you're saying he's not in your.
I'm not saying he's not. I'm saying should he be at it? I've already made mine. Michael Jordan is the greatest of all time.
Yeah.
Period.
Gotcha.
That's my statement.
Does Bill Russell get in this conversation?
He should. He
Okay.
should be.
It's hard. When you have that conversation, it's like
because also you think about Will, and you think about like Jerry West. They were on the non-Celtics teams where those guys didn't switch teams ever.
Right.
They had like 10 guys that are in the Hall of Fame, and it's like one dude versus all of them.
Right.
And then we're judging them on not beating them.
Yeah, right.
But then we're also giving Bill Russell credit for 11. Like there's a lot of arguments that argue against themselves. But Will also was averaging 50 points per game for a season.
That's a lot.
And those are our 3. I think Mike, Kobe Bryant. You figure it out. Mike is the greatest of all time.
Kobe cannot be the closest to Mike and not be top 3 greatest of all time. That doesn't even sound right.
Oh, man. So again, Kobe is next to Mike, but he's top 3. They refuse to put LeBron James after Kobe, but Kobe is next to Mike, and Mike is the greatest. It's just like the wonkiest kind of math and placement that I've really ever seen. And, to me, the GOAT debate, it's a real tricky one. And it does so well in the media because it's so subjective. There's nothing very definitive about it. And it's so hard to refute when someone says, well, that's my GOAT. He's a GOAT. He's one of the GOATs. And look, GOAT is greatest of all time. It's not plural. So that means there can only be one. I do not like the GOAT debate because I think it's a very polarizing discussion in team sports because I think it's negative and it's diminishing to so many people who are professional athletes. I also think it disrespects the intelligence of the fans and the culture of the sport, mainly because team sports are about rooting for teams. And yes, players, but players retire or they get traded. So the culture has always been about being a diehard Knicks fan or a Lakers fan. It's not about defending your favorite player like they're your spouse or your parent or your sibling. But that's what it's turned into. It begs the question, really, what should the GOAT criteria actually be? Like, what should it be? And, I'm curious to hear from you guys, like, what do you think the GOAT criteria should actually be? And the article that we got into with the Bleacher Report calling, LeBron the GOAT. I mean, did they even have GOAT criteria or just false narratives? That's the question that I want to ask you guys. Like, where was the criteria for that? Or it was just literally the media narratives. That's what I heard. But what should the criteria actually be? After The Last Dance, after LeBron won the title in 2020, the discussion, it's gotten so much louder, right? It's gotten so much louder. It's gotten nastier. It's gotten even more surgical upon LeBron's bubble title win. It got so sticky that I remember Jalen Rose and Jacoby, they created their own GOAT criteria. And they did that so that it would be void of emotion and just facts according to them. And so I actually I want to go over this GOAT criteria with you guys because I thought it was really fun. It's one of my favorite. So it actually inspired me to come up with my own GOAT criteria. And so, I want you guys to see this because I loved it so much and it inspired me to create mine. And, this was years ago. This was back in 2020 when I came up with this, but I want you guys to see what they had to say about the GOAT criteria. And I really loved it, what they did. And so let me play this for you guys.
In the GOAT conversation, LeBron addressed it himself with our Rachel Nichols. Let's listen to the King.
The debates can happen. Y'all can talk about it. I'll talk about it with my guys when we at home, our friends and all that stuff, but I'm not going to give it to y'all. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to fall for it. You guys know how much I love Michael Jordan. I wear number 23 because of Michael Jordan. When I first got my first pair of Jordans, you couldn't tell me nothing. So y'all can do the debates. Y'all can figure that out.
Challenge accepted, LeBron James. He wants us to figure it out. He wants us to have the debate, so we will. Now, you and I have been arguing about this passionately for years and years now. But what we decided to do is put emotions aside and decide on some criteria that could measure the GOAT. And here are the 5 criteria that you picked. Scoring titles, NBA titles, MVPs, Finals MVPs, and Defensive Player of the Year. Why did you pick these 5 categories?
They establish dominance and they're not emotional. We're not upgrading or downgrading teammates. We're not talking about the number of teams or coaches somebody played for. We're talking about who's the greatest basketball player of all time. And in order to get to that, you have to hit those 5 marks. If you're winning championship, if you're winning Finals MVP, if you're winning scoring title, if you're winning Defensive Player of the Year, if you're winning those awards, now all of a sudden you go into a different echelon of all-time greatness. And this criteria was not available clearly earlier when the NBA was established, but that is a great metric for everybody out there when you want to have the conversation about who's the GOAT. Take those 5 categories and slot the players in, not the other way around.
And that is exactly what we are going to do here today. Now, one thing that's interesting about these 5 categories is no human being has ever achieved all 5 in a single season. However, there are 4 people that have achieved 4 of the 5 GOAT criteria in a single season. Michael Jordan has done it 4 times. We have Shaq, Hakeem, and Kareem. Jalen.
Since they've been keeping stats, these are the greatest individual seasons of all time. Those terrific performers, and look, was a big man's game. 3 of those 4 are centers. Notice that. And they did it each 1 time. Michael Jordan, a 6'6" guard, did it 4 times.
That's important to point out. And as you said, this is just a single season where one human being has achieved 4 of the 5 GOAT criteria. Now we're going to do an exercise here. Or again, that was a single season. What if we opened it up to people that have achieved 4 of the 5 GOAT criteria over their entire careers? You would think a floodgate of great players would come in, but it's only 5 more people. Kobe, Wilt, Durant, James, and Robinson. Your thoughts?
This is where you start talking about some of the most explosive players that ever played in the NBA. And think about it. Of this criteria now, only 9 basketball players to ever wear the Jerry West logo on their chest have been able to achieve 4 of these 5 categories at some point in their career. At some point in their career. That is outstanding for the players involved.
It's also important to point out that players like Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell didn't have the opportunity to win some of these awards. But, Jalen, there's one human being standing on this planet over the course of history that has actually achieved all 5 of the GOAT criteria over the course of their career. And it's not going to be a surprise exactly who that is. That is Michael Jeffrey Jordan. But it's not just the fact that he did it, it's the quantity of times that he's done it. Take a look at this, Jalen. Your thoughts?
Sometimes I dream that he is me. Not only did he achieve all 5 at some point of his career, Jacoby, it ain't like Defensive Player of the Year where he just did it once. He was the scoring champion 10 times. In 6 of those years, his team won the championship. The scoring champion who also won the championship that year. Michael Jordan was the Finals MVP 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. His team won the championship. That means each time he was the dominant force. Oh, also he won 5 MVPs. And so when you start talking about the GOAT, Michael Jordan has been able to achieve things in the statistical era that are just unmatched, and the volume and the quantity is outstanding.
Absolutely. And we both know that there's no perfect way to decide this. And that's why it gets debated so heated in barbershops and conversations over time. And one thing that's important to identify during this particular conversation is not every player had the opportunity to win Finals MVP or Defensive Player of the Year because those awards were established later. So one person that we definitely want to highlight, along with Wilt Chamberlain, is a gentleman by the name of Bill Russell. Bill Russell had 11 titles in his 13-year career, and look at those other accolades. They named the Finals MVP after him. Jalen, respect Bill Russell.
And you can't have this conversation without mentioning Magic, Bird, Tim Duncan, and Kobe Bryant, who are going to round out anybody's top 10 or top 12 list. But this list right here for the young people, when you start talking about all-time great achievements, that gentleman right there is the king of all kings. 11 championships in 13 years. And if they had Defensive Player of the Year, he would have not only won it so many years, that should also be named after him, along with the Finals MVP of the NBA.
And one thing I also want to say about Bill Russell is he averaged like just below 20 points a game. Like he wasn't a true scorer. He just affected the game so much with defense and rebounds. And he played 13 years and won 11 titles. That cannot be downplayed. Now, Jalen, we know this is not an exact science, but we've established this criteria. We've sort of adjusted for eras. And when it comes down to it, when you compare Michael Jordan and LeBron James, given these criteria, it's not even close. Your thoughts?
And that's why LeBron still has more work to do.
That is why LeBron still has more work to do. That's why he's still playing, because he's been ghost chasing. He's been chasing the ghost of Michael Jordan, obsessed with it. and he hasn't been able to measure up. He hasn't been able to meet or exceed the standard. And before I even get into my criteria, when we take a look at what Jalen and Jacoby talked about, Michael Jordan, he defied the rules. He defied the expectations. The league was not about the shooting guard. It was a big man's league, right? And in the history of the sport, they had never seen players who led the league in scoring and also won titles. That just wasn't in the cards back then. And Michael Jordan defied those odds. He defied all odds all the time. If they said he couldn't score and also win titles, he went out and did that. If they said he couldn't score and also, couldn't play both sides of the floor, he went out and did that, and he always did. Michael Jordan was the best player on the floor, on both sides of the floor. And he was the best player during his era, and consistently. He dominated his era, and there was no question of who might have been better than him in the league. There was just no question of it. So I'm going to put up my GOAT criteria for you guys. And I am curious to know what you guys think about it. But years ago, I came up with this. And, what I loved about Jalen and Jacoby's GOAT criteria is that simply it lacks the emotional side of it. But I think that you do need to have facts and feelings when you take a look at, the GOAT debate. I really do. It can't just be award driven. And yes, that list, it skews toward Michael Jordan. And I think most of the lists will. Most of any kind of GOAT criteria that we come up with, no matter what the criteria is, we're going to cite Michael Jordan as probably being at the top of that list. But when you take a look at what I came up with here, this is Sports Tea's GOAT criteria. So the first thing on my list is always the eye test. And out of that, what I take a look at is signature moves, unstoppable moves. And when I think about signature moves, a move that just nobody could guard, like imagine a player who's totally unguardable with the same move every single time. And I would say that probably one of the most unstoppable shots in NBA history, and the data supports this, is going to be Wilt the Stilt's unstoppable fadeaway jumper. I mean, it was unstoppable. And he pretty much, I would say, he pioneered the shot. He wasn't the first person to do the fadeaway. So here's the thing. The fadeaway jumper is not, they cannot draw a line in the sand as to who was the first to use it. Some people say Elgin Baylor. Some people say the famous street baller, Earl Manigault. So, some people credit Earl the GOAT with this. Some people credit Elgin Baylor as being the first player to really, lean into the fadeaway jumper. But Wilt Chamberlain, he pretty much, he dominated the NBA with his fadeaway. Not his sheer physical dominance, but skill and grace with his fadeaway jumper. I absolutely love that he was a 7-footer fading away from the basket. And it was so effective because it was just, nobody could stop it. He was so tall, fading away from defenders, unstoppable. Another completely unguardable shot is going to be Kareem's skyhook. I mean, he went 22 seasons using this skyhook. Kareem wasn't the best defender. He wasn't, he wasn't this flashy, athletic guy. But his hook shot, that sky hook, it was unstoppable. It was unguardable. Another notable unguardable move is going to be Dr. J. He had some of the best reverse layups. This baseline scoop here is one of my faves, and it was unguardable. So when I think about unguardable moves, signature moves, these are some of them. I mean, it's just what you think of, right? I mean, you have, I think Colin Cowherd, he actually nailed it best. Colin Cowherd, yes. I'm going to say that he nailed it best when he said, what did he say? He said that LeBron James, pretty much LeBron James doesn't pass the eye test. He said that you can't close your eyes and think of an iconic move or a play from LeBron James. You can't really think of it. He had one, the chase down block. And I mean, how iconic is that really? I mean, don't get me wrong. It was an amazing game-changing moment in that finals win, but it wasn't even the most climactic in the game. Kyrie's shot of all shots, that was the moment. If LeBron took that shot, it would have been a brick, and the chase down block wouldn't have even mattered. And look, we all know LeBron James fans would say, oh, he can't do everything. He's just one person. He can't be expected to defend and to shoot. You know, his job. But, you know, we do remember iconic shots like this. We do remember dunking from the foul line. These are things that we remember, right? We don't really remember any of LeBron James's moves because he doesn't really have any. The second thing that I take a look at is the resume. Okay, so after taking a look like, hey, are you the best that I've ever seen? What you do on the floor, do you have anything that's super iconic, unstoppable? The second thing I'm going to take a look at is the resume. And what I measure the resume to are the titles, the awards, NBA honors. And let me just be clear as to what an NBA honor is, or an accolade. Because what we do is, in the media, we make things up. Oh, he's the first person in 10 years to do this. That's not an accolade or an award. Titles are obviously NBA championships. Awards are things like MVP. NBA honors are what you do season to season, the stats that you accumulate. So if you get the scoring title, that's not an actual award, but it's an NBA honor. Same thing with a steals title, etc. And then I also measure the resume based on how many All-NBAs you have. So obviously the resume goes into how much you win, what awards you have received that separate you individually from other players. So titles that obviously, like, how did you help lift your team to wins? Awards that help separate you individually from other players. NBA honors and stats, that goes to how well you dominated in your era. All NBA selections, again, that goes into the separation of yourself from other star players in the league and domination of the league. So after I take a look at, are you the best player I've ever seen? Do you have the winning and, you know, the NBA accolades to actually, you know, back it up? Do you have those things? And then the third thing I look at is NBA impact. So, and this is where it gets a little bit more subjective. So eye test is subjective, obviously. Okay, if I say that Michael Jordan's the best player I've ever seen, right? But then when we break down the eye test, does he have an unstoppable move? Does he have a signature move? What is he known for doing that's been unstoppable, unguardable, right? Resume, that's very clear cut. You know, 6 titles is better than 4, right? 10 scoring titles is better than 1. 5 MVPs are better than 1. 1 Defensive Player of the Year award is better than 0, right? And so then when we take a look at NBA impact, where it gets to be a little bit more subjective, what I like to see is, did a player impact the NBA in a way that completely changed it? How did they change the game? That's what the NBA impact is. How did they change the game? And so what that breaks down to be is, did they impact any rule changes? Shaq, I think, changed 3 or 4 rules in the NBA. Wilt Chamberlain changed rules in the NBA. The NBA had to change in order to stop and limit the greatness of Wilt Chamberlain. The NBA had to limit the greatness of Kareem. They had to change things because of Charles Barkley and Shaq. Charles Barkley, if his entire career, if he was allowed to just back to the basket and back a person down the entire game, he would, if that was not made into a rule, that you could not do that. So there are players that have completely changed the landscape of the league for the better. That, the league had to make rules so that they could no longer dominate. In today's league, they make rules so that players can dominate. And Wilt Chamberlain made that argument famously about Michael Jordan. Hey, the league had to change the rules to stop me. The league had to change the rules to help you. And I think, honestly, in every single era, that's kind of what's happened throughout the course of the NBA. Since the 70s and 80s, the league has basically made it easy for every superstar player of that era to they've made it easier on them. They've made it easier for them to succeed than what their forefathers had. And I mean, that kind of makes sense in a way, right? Like our parents said the same thing when they were raising us, right? Like, oh, I want to give my kids a better life than what I had. And so that should be what happens in the NBA. But the key is for the players to take that responsibility and leave the league in a better place than where they received it in. And that's the problem. And I think that's what garners so much criticism of the modern NBAs, because they have failed to do that. And so after I take a look at the NBA impact, did they change a rule? Did they impact the league's style of play? Like Steph Curry, for instance, completely changed the game and how players are playing. Michael Jordan, he made the NBA turn into a guards league. Everybody wanted to be like Mike. Everybody. Organizational shifts, taking a franchise that was lowly, never won anything, was horrible and awful, into heights that they've never seen before. Growing the league, that's all NBA impact. Did you grow the league? Did you, like Michael Jordan, for instance, he made the league global. Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, for example, they were the ones that they saved the NBA from going out of business. Then Michael Jordan comes and builds off of that success, continues to grow the league and make it global. And so after we figure out what kind of impact you have, do you have a global impact? So not just your impact on the NBA, but what's your impact on the world? What are your brand deals? Do you have any? LeBron James came into the NBA with $100 million Nike contract. Lionel Messi, I think, is the most followed athlete in all of sports, period. I think it's Lionel Messi and then Cristiano Ronaldo. Michael Jordan, the Jumpman logo, is one of the most recognizable brands in the world. You can't get away from that. I mean, you take a look, Steph Curry, I mean, he's completely put Under Armour on the map. So, brand endorsement deals, that's a big deal, right? influence in the world, on the culture. I mean, when you think about Michael Jordan played, what, 40 years ago? 2003. So that's like 30 years ago, right? When the last time he retired. And when you take a look at that, he's still got so much influence on players today, on just like when you take a look at his influence, you have kids shooting, robbing, killing each other over Jordans. People still want to be like Mike. People still want to hold on to that feeling of winning. People still remember how cool Michael Jordan was. He drove a culture. And sorry, I spelled household wrong when I uploaded this graphic. I forgot to change it. So sorry about that, guys. But are you a household name? I mean, Michael Jordan is. He's known as MJ. So these are the 4 tiers of my GOAT criteria. And what I love about it is that, it's a mix of facts. It's a mix of feelings, because the GOAT it's not a non-emotional discussion. It is emotional. People argue about this over the dinner table. I don't think that's necessary. That's why I don't like the GOAT discussion, because I think it's polarizing. I think it's disrespectful. I think that players should be judged by their eras and if they dominated there. But the GOAT debate, it's not going anywhere. It's never going anywhere, unfortunately. So that's my GOAT criteria. I'm curious to know what you guys think about it. What I do want to do is I want to take a moment to read through some super chats and some comments that you guys have left before we go to the next topic, and that'll be our last topic for the night. And we will open the phone lines and chop it up together. But I want to first read the super chat. So let me go ahead and do that. One moment. Mr. Birdies, let's get it. Liver King James is following Lance Armstrong's blueprint. Salute to you, Mr. Birdies, for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much. I couldn't agree more with you. I think that this could very well end up like the Lance Armstrong situation, and I hope not. I don't want LeBron to get exposed. I think this is very bad for basketball. I think it's bad for his family. I just think it's bad all around. I don't think that's a win at all. But I do wish that there was some consequence for his lies, for his the lies that he tells and the narratives that he pushes through the media and the orchestration. And I think the punishment for that is that nobody's going to view him as the GOAT. When he goes to New York, he's going to get booed. It's things like that. Sports Facts, salute to you for the $4.99 super chat. Pair Duncan with Kobe. It's no personal AI issuers. They play 18 years together and win 11. I love that. I mean, I think that they play long together, and I think that they definitely win quite a few titles. I think that they could have won that 4-peat. So if you drop Duncan instead of Shaq on the Lakers, I think that they win that 4th title in a row. Salute to you, Spurzan. I have 2 of my favorite hosts, and shout out to Ticket. That was so special for him to just pop on. He's so busy, guys. So for him to take the time out to, to come in here and hang out with us, salute to him. And if you guys haven't done so, run over there and subscribe to Ticket TV's channel. He's just amazing, delivering sports content, all kinds of current events topics, just excellent. So head over there and subscribe. Salute to you. Another super chat from Spurs. And thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Ticket and Tea. That's right. We are going to be coming through with some content for you guys. It's going to be just so much fun. Honestly, I can't wait. 2 cents. Thank you for the $2. Really appreciate it. Shaq played more GMs than Kobe in his time. Oh, more games. So Shaq played more games than Kobe in his time in LA. Shaq was he was so out of shape. I wonder how many more titles they could have won if he was disciplined, if he was dedicated to, to coming to camp in shape. Woofy, salute to you for the $2 super chat. Goalpost gonna go back once the role player retires. I hope so. Woofy is hilarious. Salute to you for the $5 super chat. LeBron Jen doesn't even know what a man or a woman is, much less the meeting of the greatest of all time. Oh my God. Oh, so LeBron generation. Gotcha. The LeBron generation or the LeBron era of fans it is really interesting. I mean, to call the GOAT and make it into a plural thing because they can't just settle on the fact that it's not LeBron James is quite laughable. Salute to you, Woofy, for another really great comment. My GOAT criteria is simple. Were you the best player on the court, both sides, when you played? MJ was always the best player on the court. I'm with you. I'm with you on that. Woofy, salute to you for another $5 super chat coming through. 6'5" Barclays. Oh my God. 6'5" Barclays butt changed the rules. LeBron had flops fined. Weak. LeBron has unstoppable flops. Absolutely. I'm with you there too. Unstoppable flops. Let's see. Woofy. Yep. Omega Red, salute to you for the $20 super chat. It really means a lot. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. You are amazing. Omega Red coming through with another $20 super chat. Real men don't wear dresses, nail polish, nor pay millions for a pale white horse. LOL. Salute Dominique and Ticket. Really appreciate you, Omega Red, for coming through. $40 super chats. Really appreciate it. Thanks for watching. Thanks for commenting. And like I said before, Ticket's my guy. We can't wait to give you guys some really amazing content. Feed the streets. Give the streets a body. Streets need a body. I wonder, did you guys watch Raising Caning this past season? I just, it wasn't as good as the prior 3 seasons, but it was interesting, that's for sure. Okay, guys. So we have our last topic of the night, and I'm really excited to talk about, the NBA offseason because it's been a really interesting time, and I've been wondering, and I'm sure you guys have been wondering, all these moves that have been happening, like who do we think is having the best NBA offseason? Which player, which team, like who do we think is giving, great off-season, vibes, right? And before I think it's really I don't know, I just think it's really interesting. We talked about the GOAT, we talked about all that criteria and stuff like that. And when we think about modern day NBA players and how they approach the off-season versus how they used to, it's apples and oranges. It's just worlds apart, right? Modern NBA is so different. And I don't know. I want to take you guys back for a moment because let's see. We'll move on. GOAT criteria was good. I was going to talk to you guys about some influential players in the league that I thought have been just really so incredible, but I'll go back to the GOAT criteria when I give you guys my top 10 list. I know I gave you guys top 5 like a year ago, but I'm going to go through a top 10. It's going to be hard for us to get through because I don't have anybody in this NBA, in this modern NBA. Nobody's in my top 10. Okay. So, anyway, moving along to the NBA offseason and taking a look at the modern NBA and coming to this and closing the show with this final topic. It's exciting for me because so many things happened. We saw OKC deliver a title to the city, the first one ever. That's incredible. We saw SGA do something that hasn't been done since, what was it, Michael Jordan? Win Finals MVP, Western Conference MVP, and the scoring title. That hasn't been done since Michael Jordan. So salute to him. But, now we're in the offseason and we got to talk about which teams are winning the offseason. Which teams? A couple of articles have come out that I thought was really, it was really interesting, really great. And we'll get into it. So CBS Sports, they talked about the NBA offseason, the best free agents that are remaining, plus some extension eligible players and trade candidates. So I'm going to put this article up on the screen. We'll go through some salient points that they discussed. I'm not going to get into everything, but I did think that they made some interesting points here. The NBA offseason is past its peak, but there are still some deals that need to be done. And so there's still some available players. The best available UFAs. So unrestricted free agents. Even if you don't count Horford, Melton, or Malik Beasley, whose short and long-term NBA future is up in the air because he's under federal investigation for allegedly gambling on NBA games, you can put together a decent roster of role players who remain unsigned. So you have Malcolm Brogdon. For me, he's a little too injury prone. I don't think he's a notable free agent. Gary Payton II, I think this is a good pickup because of his defensive prowess and athletic ability. Amir Kofi, I don't think that he's going to make waves. Trey Lyles, I mean, come on, Chris Boucher. Then you have on the bench, Russell Westbrook, Ben Simmons, Monte Morris, Delano Banton, Cody Martin, Seth Curry. I think that Westbrook and Ben Simmons, those are all better options. Precious Achiuwa, Shamet. I think that these are not bad options. I suppose this leaves Cameron Payne. Oh man, so Cameron Payne's going to be competing for a two-way spot. I don't think that's really appropriate. I think that he deserves a spot. Extensions that haven't happened yet. Luka Doncic will be eligible to sign a lucrative long-term extension with the Los Angeles Lakers. It's for an estimated $222 million. Well, that deal is going to take up 35% of the salary cap. I don't know if the Lakers are necessarily winning because Doncic doesn't play defense and shows up with the dad bod to the NBA. De'Aaron Fox of the San Antonio Spurs will be eligible to sign the same extensions. I don't think he's worth an extension to San Antonio, quite frankly. He oftentimes plays like shit in the postseason. I believe De'Aaron Fox is a regular season player. He's giving Donovan Mitchell to me. Since Nikola Jokic will not extend his contract with the Denver Nuggets this summer, the above are the two biggest names who are likely to sign extensions. Trae Young is eligible to sign an extension and reportedly excited about what the Hawks are building. But that doesn't mean the two sides are going to get anything done this offseason. His full max is the same 4-year, approximately $222 million deal that Doncic and Fox are eligible for. Mikal Bridges is eligible for an extension worth up to $156 million. And the Knicks are apparently still waiting to see if Giannis could come available. Ja Morant and Cleveland Cavaliers, Darius Garland, they're also in the same boat as Karl Anthony Towns. They're eligible to add another 2 years and $125 million to their contracts. Would lock them in through 2030. If they don't extend this year, they will be eligible to sign 3-year extensions next summer. Everybody knows that Los Angeles Clippers weren't prepared to mess up their pristine salary cap situation by offering Norman Powell anything. Oh man, there's still some veteran players who are eligible for extensions, like Kobe White, Max Strus. I mean, like, there's Dante DiVincenzo, PJ Washington. I mean, there's a whole lot of things that just haven't happened that are still sort of, lurking in the shadows. And the last trade that I think is, something that is still lurking around is any LeBron James trade would be tricky to pull off, and not just because his son plays for his current team. It's not impossible to trade him, though. Rich Paul's comments on June 29th suggested that he wasn't even sure about his future with the Lakers. LeBron James says obviously he's not publicly cleared the air, so that speculation is going to continue. Okay. Now I'm here to tell you guys that here, and I'll say this. I think that the team that's had the absolute best offseason, I'm going to go with the Houston. Okay, actually, so there's two winners for me of the NBA offseason, and I think that that's the Houston Rockets. They're widely considered a big winner of the offseason due to their acquisition of Kevin Durant, right? I mean, the Rockets, they made significant moves. They were able to retain Fred VanVleet with a pay cut. So VanVleet, he's hanging around. He agreed to a pay cut. They were able to sign Dorian Finney-Smith. They took him from the Lakers, so maybe they'll get a bigger bang for his 3-and-D skill set. He clearly wasn't able to do that, with LeBron James and the Lakers. Then they also went ahead and acquired Clint Capella. So they're going to have more depth. And I think part of the reason why Houston's offseason is being praised is because, the Rockets, they were able to pull off this blockbuster trade of Kevin Durant. And they didn't sacrifice their young core players and draft picks in order to do it. The trade significantly upgraded their roster, and it was able to address some key weaknesses. Okay? So they were able to retain Fred VanVleet with a reduced salary. Okay? The addition of Dorian Finney-Smith, the improved roster depth, right? They have a more well-rounded, talented roster, and it instantly made them a contender in the West. They've also, not only have they positioned themselves to be competitive, they've also continued to provide themselves with financial flexibility for future moves. Now, Houston Rockets, they clearly had, to me, one of the biggest moves. But for me, the biggest winner, the team that has won the NBA offseason is the Oklahoma City Thunder. Without a shadow of a doubt, they have won the offseason. Okay? And I'm going to tell you why. There's some other teams that have done well in the offseason, like Orlando Magic. I mean, many analysts believe that the Orlando Magic, that they've had a strong offseason as well. Potentially one of the best in the league. They were able to address, they were able to pretty much address some of the offensive weaknesses that they've had on the team by acquiring Desmond Bane, a skilled, proven scoring, efficient guard. They have Tyus Jones, a playmaker who barely turns the ball over. So, and obviously Desmond Bane and Tyus Jones, they're not the biggest names on the market by any stretch of the imagination, but to me, they fill in some of the holes on the Magic's team that they really needed to solve for. So they were able to improve their backcourt and their perimeter scoring instantly. To me, the Magic have a really solid chance of contending because they have an improved roster in what is considered to be a relatively weaker Eastern Conference. And who knows? They could potentially have a deep playoff run next season. And they could have a much stronger regular season as well. I think that when you approach the needs of your team and look at it from that perspective, you have the ability to take your team further. So other teams, yes, they had strong off seasons, but the Magic had a very focused approach and they addressed the specific needs of their team. And to me, that's why they had a strong off season, but the best one, and I got to tell you, the best one is OKC. And OKC, the reason why OKC has had the best season, the best NBA off season, is because of their strategic re-signing of key players. They have very smart roster management, and they've always had really smart roster management. They successfully locked down their core by extending SGA, Chet Holmgren, and Jalen Williams to long-term contracts. So they were able to hold on to their core. They still have financial flexibility, draft capital. All of these things position them for sustained success, really. This is a sustainable game plan for success. And when you take a look at what the securing their core has done for them, it's really amazing. You know, them being able to secure their core, the core of their team that helped win a title this past season. I mean, they prioritize extending their core. And it just basically ensures that their team gets to stay intact, at least for the foreseeable future, right? And then it gives them a strong foundation for some continued contention. Again, financial flexibility is key. A lot of these teams are cash strapped. A lot of these teams are drowning under huge contracts they can't get out from under. They can't bring in any other players and create depth on the team to actually make a deep run. But they've strategically managed their cap space and avoided luxury tax penalties, allowing them to make these extensions. That's how they were able to make these extensions, because they held on to their flexibility and draft capital for these future moves. And don't get me started on their draft success. They've been successful in the draft going all the way back to what? Kevin Durant? In the draft, they were able to add that guy, Thomas Sorber, from Georgetown. I think they picked him. I think they had the 15th pick or so. And they're looking at him as a long-term development project. They manage their assets very strategically. So the Thunder have a lot of wealth in future draft picks. It provides them with, the optionality and the ability to make further roster upgrades down the line. That's what that allows for you to do. They're not a team. They believe in what's good for the core. Okay? That is the mindset and the culture of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Instead of going after and pursuing some sort of flashy, potential risky move, the Thunder, they focus on reinforcing their existing strengths and building. Okay, they like to keep climbing and building a sustainable championship contending team. And so I just think that kind of measured approach coupled with flexibility, that is what positions them very well for the future. To me, the OKC's off-season moves, they emphasize just stability. It emphasizes allowing their young core to continue to develop. And not just develop, but develop together. And to build that chemistry that creates a well-oiled machine, that creates championship wins. So I think that the Oklahoma City Thunder, that they are in fact the real winners of the NBA offseason. I really do. But then we also have players, right? So which players have had the very best NBA offseason? Let's talk about it. Obviously, Kevin Durant got to go where he wanted to go. But I'm rolling with this guy right here, guys. SGA. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He's having the best NBA offseason because of all of the things that I mentioned beforehand. You coming off of a historical competitive season, MVP, Western Conference MVP, Finals MVP, NBA champion, SGA caps off an all-time season in the best way possible. And then his team goes out and invests more in him and the players around him and making sure that he has the tools to win again. So to me, SGA won the offseason, but there is a runner-up, guys. There's a runner-up to all of this, and honestly, that's LeBron James. LeBron James has won the NBA offseason after SGA. Okay, so SGA has everything he needs to compete for a title again next season. He's winning, right? He's already won the title. Now he gets to run it back. But LeBron James, he has successfully, this is a guy who successfully has taken the heat away from getting knocked out in the first round. And all we can talk about is his retirement. All we can talk about is his bum son playing in the league. All we can talk about is the fact that, he's creating narratives surrounding the GOAT campaign. These are the things that we have had to discuss instead of the fact that LeBron James is out in the first round, didn't score in multiple straight fourth quarter games. To me, LeBron James is winning the offseason, guys. I mean, and when you think about the fact that he's been in Tyler, the Creator's video, I'm pretty sure he has been. And then he's been seen, guys, LeBron James has still got Drake and all of Drake's the cronies crying every day. LeBron James. Between trying to figure out, between him arguing about who's the GOAT and beefing with Drake, it's just, it's laughable. I mean, LeBron James is the one having the absolute best NBA offseason, guys. You got to know this. He's having the best NBA offseason. Hands down. Hands down. And when you take a look at this article right here, guys, it's just hilarious. This guy, he's friends with Drake, and he is just angry at LeBron James. He's so angry because LeBron James was vibing to Kendrick Lamar's diss track to Drake. He's rocking out to They Not Like Us, and Adine Ross just can't get over it. And he's launched a fiery attack on LeBron James, calling him a complete piece of shit for dancing along to Kendrick Lamar's diss track, Not Like Us. You know what's crazy about this chat? Is I've loved LeBron like my whole life. It's like you just see how much of a piece of shit human he is, bro. Like, come on. Imagine your best friend for 15 years and he's met his actual children. You know what I'm trying to say? I mean, guys, it is just, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Let's see if you can hear this, guys. Wait, let me do something else. We'll fix this. I want you guys to hear it because it is pretty. I mean, guy is just like crying for Drake. Drake is making diss records about LeBron James. It never ends. It's not one thing, it's another. But I mean, this is what like LeBron is really winning in the offseason. Nobody can stop talking about. This is what this guy is out here crying and complaining about. Hold on a second.
You know what's crazy about this chat? As I love LeBron like my whole life, it's like you just see how much of like a piece of shit human he is, bro. Like, guys, imagine like your best friend for like 15 years and he's met his actual children. Like, and you know what I'm trying to say? He's met his actual children, and you're rapping to a song about him being a pedophile. Like, it's sad. And again, this is not my beef, but it's like I'm very close with Drake, and it's just sad, bro. It's sad. You guys call me a parasocial, but it does affect the way that I like LeBron. How could it not? How could you respect somebody that has no loyalty towards somebody that I've known for 15 years? You know what I'm trying to say? And that's just where it comes down to, chat. It's like, no, but like that's separate. You understand the GG. That's separate, bro. But it's like, come on, bro. Y'all know this is wrong, bro. Y'all know it's wrong. Y'all know it's whack. You know it is, bro. I love what academics said, bro. Like, academics clears it up the best, bro. It's just whack. It's whack. It's whack. So it's not my beat though. It's not my beat, but it's just kind of like grimy. You know what I mean? And again, guys, who cares? What if your best friend is rapping along a song of you being a pedophile? And like, mind you, best friend, like friends of friends that know each other's kids. It's just whack. Understand? It's whack. And that's all it comes down to, chat. You guys want my opinion on it? That's my opinion on it. You know what I mean? So it's just weird behavior, and it's unloyalty, and loyalty is everything in this world. You guys know this too. I love having my chat right here. Dude, guys, that's so separate with Brandy. It's such a separate topic. I love and respect for Brandy, but like it's so different, it's so separate. That's like me having. It makes no sense.
And Kansas, he lost the Kendrick Lamar beef. LeBron, I just think, like I said, at 40 years old, we're talking about him every minute. What he does, good or bad, his name is still buzzing in sports, in music. He was just in the Tyler Creator video. Drake is writing diss records all over the place, won't stop shutting up. Like, he just won't shut up about LeBron James. He even like got a tattoo removed. I didn't even know he had a tattoo of LeBron James. Person gets a tattoo on them. Absolutely crazy as hell. I mean, hey, like LeBron was even seeing, they not like us, singing all the words, and Drake and his friends are just still crying about it. But guys, back to basketball, okay? LeBron is still being rumored to go to the Mavericks. And to me, like, he's still being rumored to go to the Mavericks, even though we all know he doesn't want to stop being a Kardashian. He's still being rumored to go there. Still. And this article here talks about it. And so this was hours ago, yesterday. I saw this article drop in like the middle of the night. And LeBron James reuniting with Kyrie Irving, Anthony Davis, Lakers star has interest in Mavericks. Despite LeBron James picking up his $52.6 million player option to remain with the Los Angeles Lakers for next season, there's never been more speculation surrounding his status with the team. That's in part because no new contract was negotiated this summer to keep him there past this upcoming season. And also because of the reports circulating suggesting that James isn't entirely thrilled with LA's direction, which is centering on Luka Doncic. The Lakers have swiftly entered the Doncic era, which means thinking about their future after LeBron James retires and not so much about worrying about hastily shelling out assets for short-term success. There's been no reporting to suggest that James would request a trade or that the Lakers are putting him on the trading block. And given his exorbitant contract, there's likely very few teams willing to part with the many pieces they'd need in order to bring a soon-to-be 41-year-old James. But that doesn't stop the rumor mill from churning. Leading up to James picking up his player option, there were reports suggesting the Mavericks were interested in James, though that's been clarified to note that their interest is only if he gets bought out and becomes a free agent. There's obviously many ties between James and the Mavericks, and Mark Stein is reporting that James has genuine curiosity about playing for Dallas. Given that the Mavericks employ several of James' former teammates, including Kyrie Irving, Anthony Davis, and D'Angelo Russell, are led by Coach Jason Kidd, who was on LA's staff the year James led them to a championship, and his familiarity with Dallas general manager Nico Harrison, who once worked at Nike, it's hard to ignore why there's interest there. But beyond the professional and personal connections from a basketball standpoint, the Mavericks do present a unique opportunity for a win-now situation that may entice James more than the slow approach the Lakers have shifted toward this summer. While Irving is expected to miss at least half of next season and probably more, having James alongside Davis, Russell, Klay Thompson, and number 1 overall pick Cooper Flagg would be an intriguing lineup even in a loaded Western Conference. James in Dallas might have seemed like an unlikely scenario before he picked up his player option, but with no extension with the Lakers in the works, it becomes more of a possibility in the future, especially as Stein reports he doesn't believe James will retire as a member of the Lakers, given he will be an unrestricted free agent next summer. That could open the door for him to head to Dallas and try to win a title there. There's a lot of noise out there about James' situation this past season. But if he confirms that he doesn't plan on retiring after this upcoming season, that would suggest this could be the last year we see him in a Lakers uniform. Wow, oh wow, oh wow. This could be it. This could be the end, guys. It's just like, nobody thinks he's going to stop being a Kardashian, but I think he can still do that in Dallas. I think he'll continue to be a Kardashian in Dallas. He'll bring the cameras and the spectacle to Dallas, no problem. No problem. What I want to take a moment to do is open up the phone lines, and I want to know what you guys think. Like, what do you guys think? Who's having the best offseason? What do you think about my GOAT criteria? You know, do you have any thoughts on all the
unknown caller?
So it looks like we already have our first caller. Thank you for calling Sports Tea. Talk to me nice.
Hey, what's up, Dom? This is Aaron.
Hey, Aaron, how's it going, buddy?
Yeah, it's going all right. It's going all right, man. Finally get a chance to call back in. Just been working like crazy.
I know.
But
tell me about
I got to listen to the show. Your GOAT criteria is on point. I do like the all NBA team and the all defensive team. I like I think that should be added in. I think you had that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I did. I can put it back up on the screen for you.
Yeah. But yeah, the eye test, the accolades, and impact, global impact. Like, yeah, that's a good criteria right there. That's a good one. But I wanted to call and cook. All right, so Shaquille O'Neal, and you was right earlier about him flip-flopping. And I think this time he got tired of hearing that there's no, it was sounding like he couldn't win with nobody else but Kobe.
Right.
That's what he was hearing. So that's why he got on that podcast and said what he said. Like, yeah, I could win 3 with T-Mac, 2 with Vince Carter. Because he's trying to make it a point to let everybody know, like, hey, look, you know what I'm saying? I'm the X factor, not Kobe. And we all know how Shaq is. Shaq is a narcissist.
I agree with you. I think that, so I genuinely don't think he was trying to disrespect Kobe, but I think that the intention didn't match the impact. So he intended to defend Kobe, but he also intended to lift his own legacy. He's tired of the idea that Kobe carried him, because there's narratives of that. He's tired of hearing that Kobe carried him. He's tired of hearing that narrative.
But you know what's crazy? During that time, he was coming out saying, hey, look, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's the best player, and I'm playing with the best player in the world. Like, he closes out games. Like, I don't want the ball down first down. They all, you know, they foul him and putting him on the line. So who has to close out the game? So it's not saying that Kobe carried him and he carried Kobe. They both did the work, and the work was enough for them to three-peat. Like, I think this was one of those situations where you look at like how Jason Kidd and Grant Hill won Rookie of the Year. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of hard to say who carried who in that situation, because both of them had a part to play, and they played it to the T. And I'm sorry, Tracy McGrady is not winning those rings with Shaq. He's not. Mentality-wise, injury-wise, he just did. Like, nah. Like, could he play in the triangle? He's capable. I think he had the potential to play in the triangle offense. But could he do what Kobe did when the game was on the line and you needed buckets and you needed stops? Like, I'm sorry, Tracy McGrady was like a pretty boy. To me, he was a pretty boy on the court. He was a pretty boy. Yeah, he could score. Yeah, he had moves, but it never got his teams anywhere. And I'm sorry, that Houston team with Yao Ming and all them guys, he had a squad. Shane Battier, he had a squad. But he just couldn't. I'm sorry, he couldn't do it. And I don't think he would have been able to do it with Shaq. Vince Carter, I'm sorry, he wouldn't have been able to do it with Shaq. You know what I'm saying? We could sit here and do it coulda, woulda, shoulda. We could do all that. Them guys wouldn't have won with Shaq. Kobe won with Shaq because there's a reason why Kobe was higher than those guys. There's a reason why.
Yeah. For sure. I'm with you. And Kobe he was different. Kobe Bryant was different, and I don't think that T-Mac compares. Was he a great player? For sure, but he didn't win a title, and I think he had opportunity to win, and that, to me, that's the difference.
Yeah, and then Kyrie Irving, I don't know if you listen to his podcast, but Kyrie Irving was talking about how he, you know, saying he missed playing with KD, LeBron. You know what I'm saying? Who else did he say? And Luka. And hearing, you know, Clutch Sports put that narrative out there that, you know, Dallas is interested in LeBron and LeBron is interested in Dallas. Them putting that narrative out there, I'm looking at it, I'm like, okay, Kyrie, like, the dude tried to get you traded back in Cleveland. Every time something went wrong, you was thrown under the bus. He never came. His exact words was like, "Yeah, we need another playmaker." That was his exact words in a press post game conference.
For sure.
Then not only that, but when they was after you in Brooklyn for your tweet, he threw you under the bus.
I know.
D'Angelo Russell. I know D'Angelo Russell don't want to play with him.
For some reason, Kyrie Irving, he has forgiven LeBron James, right? And I think the reason behind that is that the same way that I think that the GOAT debate is polarizing, the same way that I think that basketball is in a bad place, I think that Kyrie Irving believes that. I think he thinks that basketball is in the worst state that it's ever been in, and he sees the NBA as a fraternity, and this is a brotherhood, and he doesn't want to turn on his brother. So he doesn't want to say bad things about LeBron James. He wants to come back together and prove that, you know, maybe they can win again, and that, you know, that he was the best teammate that LeBron has ever had. Perhaps I don't know, but
Yeah, you could be right. You could be right.
yeah.
But I'm just looking at LeBron's history, and I'm looking at especially look at D'Angelo Russell with LA. It seems like when LeBron and AD sat out, when them guys were sitting out on Darvin Ham, D'Angelo Russell balled out, and you still got him traded. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? D'Angelo Russell was getting thrown under the bus. You know what I'm saying? But the thing was, for some reason he played better when you wasn't on the court. He played better. Then the other part of this too is AD. I don't care what nobody says. LeBron knew about that trade. There's no way AD's a clutch client and LeBron don't know about that trade.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of curious how those guys, you know, I heard you with the Kyrie, but I'm looking at D'Angelo Russell and AD, and I'm like, what? Do they really want to play with this guy again?
You know, it's tough. It's really tough. But
And then with Kyrie being out,
it's hard to
Dom,
believe. It's hard to believe, you know. And Kyrie
Yeah.
is going to be out through the All-Star break. So what is LeBron going to demand an offseason, you know, a mid-season trade from the Lakers? Or is he just going to wait until the end of the season? Like, I'm curious to see what happens. But LeBron James, we know he can't win usually the first season with a team. So we'll see.
Exactly.
But Aaron,
Because you know what?
yeah.
You know what's going to happen, Dom? D'Angelo Russell's going to be playing good. Dalton Connect's going to be playing good. Powell, what's his name? What's the other big dude name? Oh man, Gafford's going to be playing good. Guess who's going to Who's going to try to package him up? He does it every year.
I'm for sure that's what's going to happen. Like, as well, there's going to be I think that LeBron James is going to try to wrangle himself out of the Lakers somehow. He's going to try to bully them into a buyout. Who knows what he's going to do?
He's going to have an injury. He's going to have a mysterious injury. If not at the beginning of the season, maybe November, December, he'll set it up to where, you know what? I'm about to sit out for a few months now.
Yeah, no, I could totally see that. But Aaron, I just want to thank you so much. I'm gonna open the lines back up for another voice that wants to be heard and share their take. But thank you so much for cooking on these topics. It was a really pleasure to hear from you.
Yeah, appreciate you for having me, Dom. Great show.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
All right.
All righty. It looks like we do have some time for another call. Yeah, if anybody else wants to call in, certainly go right on ahead. Here's the number. I have time for at least one, maybe two more calls. I'm getting hungry, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me. I really appreciate that. Okay, it looks like we dropped that caller. Thank you for calling.
Unknown call.
Thank you for calling Sports Tea. Talk to me nice.
Oh, hey, no.
Hi, who do I have on the line?
This is Jamal.
Hi, Jamal. How's it going?
It's all right. I was calling because I wanted to address. Man, there's so much stuff to address.
Yeah, I know.
As far
I
as
hit
the,
you guys with a really long show today.
Yeah, this has been a very, very full. This has almost been like the class, but no. As far as let's start off with Shaq. I'll be honest. I do agree with Shaq to a degree because I remember those days. And like 2001, 2002, those are really exciting times. And at that time, I would say Kobe, Shaq, T-Mac, and Vince. I mean, not Shaq. Kobe, T-Mac, Vince, even Paul Pierce at that time. They were all pretty much the same. Kobe didn't take off on those guys until the mid 2000s. That's when he really took off on them. But at that time, so, and if you look at who Shaq was at that time, like Gilbert Arenas said, and I can't stand Gilbert Arenas, but he said prime LeBron James would have been second banana to Shaq. So Shaq was so dominant. And then you look at the league at that time, it was exciting, had a lot of good players, but it wasn't a great league, which means that if you would have had somebody like a Shaq and a T-Mac, a Shaq and a Paul Pierce, or Shaq and a Vince Carter, somebody like that, that caliber, you could definitely win. And then Phil Jackson as the coach. I don't see why he couldn't get the 3 titles. The call that I was talking about, T-Mac, you're talking about, that was later on. At that time period, that would have been good enough. Who T-Mac was at that time would have been good enough for Shaq to win. However, I do agree with everything you said in regards to Tim Duncan and Kobe. I agree with all that.
I think that winning titles is so hard. You know, I think that an NBA title is hard to win, and I think that so many different things have to align, right? The stars almost has to align like astrology, right? Like T-Mac would have to be never get injured, right? Like he was injury prone for a lot of his career, even in some of his prime years, you know? So I don't think we can easily just swap him out for Kobe unless you're literally, you know, you have to be sort of like a carbon copy, right? I just think that there needs to be a lot of credit given to the people that you win titles with. And you shouldn't be wanting to swap those out. You shouldn't be wanting to play, you know, some sort of fantasy game. Oh, well, what if we're a fifth? Like, you know, those, I hate hypotheticals because we really just don't know what happens. Kobe Bryant and Tracy McGrady aren't the same person. Tracy McGrady has come out, and shout out to Mel from Man Down Sports, because he's come out and said, hey, I wasn't up to Kobe Bryant's level. I didn't have the same mentality. I didn't have the same work ethic. He talked about that. He talked about the fact that he just did not work as hard as Kobe Bryant did. And I'm not saying that he would have never won a title if he wasn't with Shaq, but he did have a chance to win. It wasn't that he had no chance to win. And my whole thing is with the pieces that you had, I mean, you didn't even make a deep playoff run at any point in time in your career. He didn't get out of the first round. That's the problem that I have with Tracy McGrady. So the idea that he could win with Shaq when he didn't get out of the first round, that's problematic.
No, not true. And I kind of sort of dismissed that by saying that was later in COVID. Like, I just feel like the early 2000s and the mid 2000s, those feel like slightly different eras. Like, so maybe even though it is the same decade, it just feels like there was a slightly different league by 2005 and 2006.
100% different league. Because you have to remember the league was still transitioning out of the Jordan era.
Yes, it was a transition.
So, you know, you had Allen Iverson, you had you had that amazing draft class of Kevin Garnett, and, you know, then you had Allen Iverson, Kobe Bryant, I mean, Ray Allen. There were a lot of really great players back then. And I don't think that we give, and look, I appreciate Shaq trying to give Tracy McGrady credit. I just think that there was a better way to say what he was saying. I think there's a better way to say what he said and still protect the experience that you had with Kobe Bryant, and to still hold very close to your heart, or at least sounds like you are, the fact that you won 3 titles with that person. And the soundbite that I played with Scottie Pippen saying, hey, if I want to win, I'm not giving up my teammate.
And I think that
Jordan and I won 6 titles together. He can't just, Scottie Pippen, I don't think just replaces Michael Jordan with Clyde Drexler and they go on to win 6 titles together.
No, I definitely agree with you there.
You know
I
what I
definitely
mean?
agree
You
with you there.
can't, you just can't do that. So again, like, and Clyde Drexler was being compared to Michael Jordan at that time. You know,
Yeah,
just
and
like
by the way, for
T-Mac,
people in the chat, I'm not
just
saying
like T-Mac was getting compared to Kobe. So I understand, like, to me, on paper, Shaquille O'Neal has the right to say T-Mac could win 3 titles with him based on what he could do on the floor and his skill set. Like, I'm fine with that statement. It's just there is another piece of championship titles are not just plug and play. So,
yeah, and I understand that.
thank
I
you so
understand that.
much, though, Jamal, for your call. I really appreciate you.
No problem. Thank you for having me on.
Yes, you call at any time. Bye-bye. Well, we have another caller. Thank you for calling Sports Tea. Talk to me nice.
Hey, Dom.
Hey, Funky
How you
Town.
doing?
How's it going?
You doing all right?
I'm doing so well. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed today's live. I know it was a long one, but I haven't been here for you guys
It
lately.
was, but it was good to hear your voice and good to have everybody out here in the chat and the moderator doing their thing.
It's been a lot of
Ticket
fun
getting on there cooking.
Yeah, it's
It
been
was
a lot
it was
of
a
fun.
great show.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, you gotta listen to the last caller. You gotta disagree with him a little bit, well, a lot of it, and I'm agreeing with you. I think in that Shaq. See, this is Shaq, and this is what I think people understand is the thing about labeling the most dominant player thing like it's a real thing. Shaq never won an NCAA title. When Shaq was a freshman at LSU, he wasn't the main player. He wasn't the main player. That was Chris Jackson, a la Abdul Rauf, right? And so when you look at a Kobe was the X factor. You see? I don't know. Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, no, I can hear you perfectly. I'm just listening.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah. The X factor was Kobe, because again, like I think Pickett said it, he had Tracy McGrady 1.0 in Penny,
Right.
and didn't get it done. He had Eddie George and then Nick Van Exel at the same time, all stars, couldn't get it done. It wasn't until Kobe got on the level, and this is what I think you just said it. You hit it on nail on the head. The work ethic that Kobe put in, the drive that he had, was the reason why Shaq was able to be comfortable and sit there and come in overweight and not in shape at the beginning of the season. And it was Kobe that was carrying the Lakers until he got into game shape on a couple of those you know what I'm saying? So the idea is if you're going to try to plug and play, which is crazy anyway, to try to plug and play players, it's not how it works. Who is the person? Who was the personality that was Kobe, who was able to not just, like I said, be the leader when he needed to be. Fourth quarter, when they need you to do things. Game 7, when we need you to step up because whatever's not falling for Shaq or whoever else. Can you do that? Those are the type of things that separate him. There's levels to this stuff. And Kobe, again, Kobe's the closest thing we've had to Mike. And I mean, period. Like there's no, but it's not just because of his physical attributes. It's because of his mentality. And I'm sorry, that's just not transferable. You just don't get to say, well, we got the same thought, we the same height or whatever, can jump the same. That's not the thing that made Kobe Kobe. Kobe, he was in the gym all the time. He was working on his game all the time. He was preparing to be the lead. He was ready to be the leader because he had been preparing to be the leader. There's a difference between him and all these other people they talk about. So for me, it's in the case of Shaq, is Shaq trying to say basically he's trying to talk about himself. He's trying to, it's kind of he does it. I say it's not full on disrespect, but he's always kind of, if you go back and you remember when they were having their thing, he was always trying to make sure people gave him his props as the big Aristotle, the big whatever.
No,
It
you're
was,
right. You're right.
you
And
see,
so
it's always been that little.
that's why
Uh-huh.
I played that clip of Rob G from The Odd
Yep.
Couple going off on him about it. And I do
It's
think that he
absolutely
was a
correct,
little
though.
harsh, but I think that there is this idea that, like, I don't want to call it a mythology, but he's onto something with that. And really, it's just, to me, Shaq, T-Mac, Dwayne Wade, all three of these players have left something on the table in their careers. That is
right.
to me the commonality. That's the common denominator, is that they have been missing something, or there's narratives that they don't like out there. Like Shaq, he wasn't in shape. He left something on the table in his career. He could have won more titles with Kobe. He probably has regrets about that. He left the Lakers. I think he genuinely regrets getting traded from the Lakers due to his behavior with Kobe Bryant. And I don't think that he was always like so wrong. Kobe Bryant snitched on him. That was crazy as hell.
But think about that.
But yes,
Go ahead.
So like he did all these things, but I think that Shaq really, I think that because he felt like he made mistakes and has regrets for whatever reason, that really, instead of pointing the finger inward, they need to point it outward. Oh, well, I like Dwayne Wade. He only has one finals MVP. So he wants to tear down Kobe a little bit and say, oh, well, he was only deserving of one. He should really only have one because I only have one. So if he's got an extra finals MVP than I do, then I don't get to be in this debate of being the second closest guard to Michael Jordan.
Right.
If, and Shaq, if the idea is that he was lazy, out of shape, and that Kobe Bryant carried him, and that he really couldn't win that much without a Kobe or a Dwayne Wade, a skilled like guard, which that to me, that's what was proven in the Dwayne Wade series in that 2006 run. Hey, like Shaq is not, he is not the guy that can really bring you to the title. He needs that scoring guard. And so that is, to me, what we're seeing. Just a guy who has some regrets that is deflecting. It's deflection at its finest. That's him. That's T-Mac.
That's a perfect way of saying it.
T-Mac is also deflecting. He felt like, hey, I didn't accomplish certain things in my career. I'm sad about that. I don't get talked about. Nobody remembers the fact that I scored 13 points in 33 seconds. That's what he did. That is my most memorable moment of Tracy McGrady.
Right.
13.
No, he was a great player. He was a great player.
He was a great player, but he wasn't a winner. He didn't win. He didn't get out of the first round. These are things that separate Kobe Bryant from him. And Shaq,
and those are the records.
And
those are the facts.
Those are the facts. And I just think that Shaq should, I don't really think that those comments were appropriate. And it's because of the titles they won together. And you cannot disrespect that time that you had with those teammates. You cannot swap your teammates out for somebody else because the circumstances might be different and you just never know what you're going to get. So
exactly. Like you acting like you, but the thing is, people are acting like they can look at some sheet or some highlights on YouTube and that's telling them the whole story. That isn't the whole story. There are, like, I think Ticket said it. They're untangible. There are things that, again, how many times have you looked on YouTube and heard people like Dwayne Wade, Tracy McGrady, all these people that were in the Redeem team talking about who it was without saying a word, but by his actions in the gym, coming in sweating. Chris Bosh talking about he was already done. He'd already done his workout before breakfast. He's eating breakfast, sweating, and then he's going back and he's going back again after they went and partied. When they get together, they're getting together. He's showing by action. How many stories do you have of them saying, well, Tracy McGrady, he did this and he did this and he was relentless, or Vince Carter, or any of these people you want to act like are at that level.
Yeah.
Kobe, he sacrificed all those other things that all those other people put important. They put importance over, whatever their deal was. Kobe's was this ball. This is my priority, and I'm going to put all my energy. I'm not leaving anything in the tank. when it comes to this game. And that's to me, to sit here and try to play this game, especially when the man's not here, is just, I find it's despicable. It's one of the things I don't like about this time period that we're dealing with. We're dealing with people who are like you said, this guy, he's the one who went with you to the final. You did what you did with this guy, but then you're going to try to minimize. You're willing to minimize what this person actually did with you in the trenches, and saying, "Oh well, but this guy over here, I could have done the same thing with him over there." I'm just sorry. As a soldier, I just find it revolting, personally.
Yeah.
Just personally.
No, I'm with you on that. I just don't. There has to be something to, trust, loyalty, and respect.
Loyalty.
There just
There's got
has
to be
to
loyalty.
be that's what my relationships are grounded in: trust, loyalty, and respect. And when you play on a team, those three things have to be present. And I think that's ultimately why Kobe and Shaq broke up, because they didn't have those three things anymore in their relationship. And so they had to work really hard to develop that again post, his time in the Lakers. And, I'm glad that they were able to patch things up prior to his passing. But, I don't think that Shaq has bad intentions, but the intention didn't match the impact. And that's
No, but it's that little narcissism part that he's got that his feelings get hurt. And because again, he's got everybody thinking he's the most dominant thing. And now he was a dominant player, but that same dominant player got swept by Olajuwon in the finals.
Absolutely. And I think, for me, I just remember being a kid and I remember seeing Shaq's physical dominance on display, shattering the backboards left and right. He was a force. He was a physical force, but I think Hakeem Olajuwon is better than Shaq. There's just, I think the skill, that Hakeem Olajuwon had was just incredible, and I think that if Shaq took the advice from Kareem, took the advice from Hakeem, that he would have been a better player. That's just what I think. But,
yeah, absolutely.
All
We're
in
in agreement.
all, his career is his career. I think his career is still one to be proud of. And, I just think that he could have handled the Kobe Bryant questions differently and better. But Funky Town, we do have, I think Sports Facts is beeping in. So let me take his call and we're going to end the
Absolutely.
show
Hey,
soon.
thank y'all. And y'all hit that like button. And
Thanks so
great
much.
job, Don.
Thank you, Funky Town. Thank you for calling Sports Tea. Talk to me nice.
Hey, how you doing, Don?
Hey, Sports Facts. How's it going?
I'm good. And yourself, can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly clear. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Wonderful.
Man, this is a lot. You have a great show. It's a lot to unpack.
I
All right,
know. It was
real
a
quick.
lot.
I love your GOAT criteria. Only thing I would say is a lot of people on the part where it's all NBA teams, them all NBA teams should be revisited, because you shouldn't even be on the all NBA team if you're not like a top 20 defender. You should be a two-way player to make an all NBA team. So I say you can go back and start plucking some of them people off and taking some of them all NBA teams away before you start clarifying somebody as the GOAT or even getting in the GOAT conversation. Can you hear me?
Yeah, there is no GOAT that's not defensive. That's why I don't have
Right.
LeBron James in my top 10.
Right. Now, as far as Tracy McGrady, I don't think that it seems like you said on paper, it seems like he could just win with Shaq, but I doubt it, because Kobe closed all them things out. Not saying that Tracy McGrady don't have the skill to close it all out, but is Tracy McGrady, does he have the heart to stand up to Shaq with that give me the ball type of attitude like Kobe did and close them games out? Or will he succumb to Shaq with that give me the ball type of attitude and let their team lose? Because Kobe walked Portland down, and he was the fourth quarter guy, that team's fourth quarter basically in all in series. And I don't know if Tracy McGrady had the fortitude to stand up to Shaq like Kobe did. So he might have got one, maybe, whatever, but I doubt it that it's the same outcome. Now, when I mentioned Kobe playing with Tim Duncan, if you put Kobe and Tim Duncan, but in San Antonio, because I think Tim Duncan's being belittled here. Shaq is dominant as far as numbers is concerned, but Tim Duncan was dominant as a team player That's why in the 19 seasons, we got 1950-win seasons. Tim Duncan had Manu Ginobili, who was like a 57th pick. So that's the way I push back on Ticket a little bit, because he didn't have great players. Them players was allowed to develop because of the type of player and teammate that Tim Duncan was. He had Popovich, but Popovich was allowed to coach because of the type of player and teammate Tim Duncan was. So Tim just is more to just stats and numbers that make Tim Duncan, to me, really cat. And if Kobe would have went to San Antonio and played them 20 years with Tim Duncan's 19 years or whatever, I think they'd have won 10 championships. Because Kobe could have fit in, and Tim Duncan would have allowed Kobe to be Kobe. Hello?
I think that that's a beautiful take. So I think that you said that very eloquently, Sports Facts. And I think that what I will say is that I think the biggest point of what Ticket was trying to say is that if you put Kobe Bryant on San Antonio Spurs, that they win multiple titles. They probably win more than 3 titles than what he won with Shaq.
Yeah, I agree.
Like
I agree with Ticket on that for sure.
Tim Duncan and Kobe as a dynamic duo would have garnered more titles than Shaq and Kobe.
Yeah.
And I just think, Shaq had one of the best dominant seasons, I think, in a 3-year span that we've ever seen from a big man. That was one of the best, I would say, probably since a Kareem and a Wilt came along. But yeah, I mean, Tim Duncan and Kobe Bryant would have been unstoppable. And because you're talking about somebody with very, very strong fundamentals that Shaq just didn't have. Tim Duncan could hit free throws. He wasn't unplayable in the fourth quarter. And you could give him the ball down the stretch. Shaquille O'Neal, as much as he had a give me the ball mentality and idea that, hey, I got to make my points, like you're after me, that's fine and well, but he didn't want the ball at the end of the game. End of the game, he didn't want the ball.
Right. Because he knew he couldn't make some free throws.
Right. So I actually, I do think that, Tracy McGrady would have been able to handle that. I do think that he would have been able to handle, what, I'll be the guy at the end of the game while you, do your thing. But I think they would have had problems. T-Mac left Toronto because he didn't want to be in Vince Carter's shadows.
Right. That showed that, what I was saying is Kobe didn't leave LA. You know what I'm saying? He stood his ground, and they shipped Shaq out.
Well, they shipped
Kobe
Shaq out.
was,
They didn't. They traded Shaq because Shaq was older and the upside was not up. You know what I mean? There was just more upside with Kobe Bryant and sticking with him versus him and Shaq, or keeping Shaq and trading away Kobe. And but the thing is it wasn't like Shaquille O'Neal demanded a trade. They just traded him, and that's how that went. But it is what it is. Did you want to cook on anything else? Did you have any other comments, Jeffrey? Did you want to close out?
No, I appreciate you taking my call, and it was a great, great, great show. I was there from beginning to end, and I loved every minute of it. I'm glad.
Thank you so much. You're awesome. You're literally one of the day one supporters of Sports Tea, loyal member, and I really appreciate you, Sports Facts. So thank you so much for being here.
All right, have a good night. I'm there until you're done.
All righty. Thanks so much. Bye-bye. All right, guys. I just really appreciate you guys all hanging tough with me tonight. It was a long show, but I had so much fun and we were able to catch up so much. There are a couple more super chats that I want to read out before we close the show. It looks like, okay. Woofy, $2 super chat. Salute to you. Ain't no one trading for LeBron. You're probably right about that. King's Speech, Row, New York Knick for life. That's what I'm talking about. I love, love, love when we have Knick fans in the community here with Sports Tea. So salute to you for becoming a member of the channel. We also have another $5 super chat from Woofy. I think OKC is one and done. Not that different from Denver, Boston, Bucks. You're probably right about that. But I have to say, this title and watching this team win was much more satisfying for me than seeing Denver win, seeing Boston win. This was just very, very special. It was a historical title run, and I'm grateful that SGA had this moment. If he never wins again, at least they're going to remain competitive. I don't think that they're going to get knocked out in the first round next season. Like, Boston completely flamed out, and they shouldn't have, just because Tatum got injured. They still should have made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. Salute to King's Speech Row, New York Nick for life, $2 super chat. Appreciate you. Salute to you. OKC is winning. The super team model is DOA. I love that. Super dead on arrival. I don't think that super team format is good basketball. I don't think that it's what fans want to see anymore. So I'm here for it. Dead on arrival. DOA. Super teams, dead it. Woofy, salute to you for another $2 super chat. Thank you so much. Shay's, what's that? Shay's Rabbit saved LeBron's offseason. Oh my gosh, you are just too funny. Another super chat from Woofy. Salute to you for another $5. T-Mac wasn't even the best player at his family cookout. Wow. So you're saying that Vince Carter was better than T-Mac. I think that there's something to be said for that. It's definitely a debate, and I'm curious what side of that you guys are on. Tony Lesmore, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. My point exactly. Who's to say T-Mac doesn't get injured as usual, and Shaq ends up with no Lakers title? So disrespectful. T-Mac looking like a fake friend to me. You know, I don't want to call him a fake friend. I just want to say that he is regretful that he left, that he just, there were things he didn't accomplish in his career. That's what I think the issue is. And because of that, it's, oh, well, drop me on the Lakers team and I'll win too. Well, really? Because you had a chance to win with your own team and you didn't on multiple occasions. So, sucks to suck. I mean, look, if I'm Kobe Bryant, okay, part of me is rolling over in my grave, but part of me is watching down, literally saying, sucks to suck. I won and you didn't. We're not the same. And that's just really what it is. But I want to take a moment, guys, and just shout you all out for being here with me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Happy Sunday to everybody who joined the stream. Salute to everybody who joined the stream. I want to shout out the moderators, the members of the channel. Thank you so much for being here since day one, since hour one, since minute one. I really appreciate you all. And don't forget, like the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already, and share the video. Share it with your family, your friends. If you like sports tea, then go ahead and share this on social media. Let everybody know about it, and let's blow the community up to be really big. Like I said, thank you so much for joining the stream. And where are we even at with the likes? Are we liking the video? What's going on? Oh, wow. We do have some decent likes. For anybody who hasn't liked the video, go ahead and smash the like button for me, okay? I need you guys to do that. I need you guys to remember that ain't no party like a sports tea party, okay? Ain't no party.
Be mad, I can have a spat, we can have whatever. Then after that, you better get on your job. That's really, that's all it is. You got me on my job. Nah, it ain't never gonna work like that over here. You know what I'm saying? I was trying not to leave this message, but you have left me no choice. You got me on my job. Nah, it ain't never gonna work like that over here. You know what I'm saying? I was trying not to leave this message, but you have left me no choice. You got me on my job. Nah, it ain't never gonna work like that over here. You know what I'm saying? I was trying not to leave this message, but you have left me no choice.
Thank you guys so much. Again, like the video, subscribe to the channel, share the video. Let's blow up the sports tea community. And thank you all for joining me. Have a wonderful, wonderful Sunday. And I'll catch you soon. So I'm not planning on taking another long break, but I will definitely be back live soon. We have so much more to talk about. It's just this NBA offseason is off the hook. So guys, thank you for being here and have a wonderful evening. Talk soon. Bye-bye.